term witnesses before Detective Fredericks testifies, I've been told. And what I'm going to do first of all is read to you some agreed upon facts that the defense and the state have agreed to. Because they are facts, you of course may take notes. So I'm going to, in just a second, read them, and then we're going to call our witness and get going. In this case, the district attorney and defendant's attorney have stipulated to the following facts. On August 20, 2022, the rainfall in the Waukesha, Pewaukee area was 0.50 inches. On August 25th, 2022, the rainfall in the Waukesha, Pewaukee area was 1.39 inches. On August 28th to 29th, 2022, the rainfall in the Waukesha, Pewaukee area was 0.34 inches. There was no other rainfall in the Waukesha, Pewaukee area between August 15th through September 9th, 2022. Again, those are agreed upon facts that the district attorney and the defense have stipulated to. All right. Your
Thank
witness?
You. The state will call Katie North.
Ma'am, come up to the witness stand to my right, please. And once I get up here, remain standing and raise your right hand, please. Okay? Sure. Face our clerk over here, please.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, have a seat, please. Tell us your name, please.
Caitlin North.
And spell your first name.
Caitlin is Kateelyn.
And just common spelling, North?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. North, in September of 2022, where were you employed?
I worked for Delafield Dental.
And where is Delafield Dental located?
It is in Delafield, right off of 94.
And what is Delafield Dental?
It's a dental office. It's one of KDP's, I think they have 7 or 8 locations.
How long had you worked there in September of 2022?
Oh, at that point, it was probably almost a year and a half.
And what were your responsibilities?
I was a front desk treatment coordinator, so answering phone calls, managing patients, checking them in, checking them out, providing treatment estimates, and going through what their treatment would look like for their treatment plans.
When you were working there, was it also your responsibility to make reminders to patients of their appointments?
Oh yeah, that was one of our daily things. Is if a patient hadn't confirmed their appointment through our automated system, then we would call to remind them of their appointment, and then just make sure they were confirmed coming in.
Okay.
So.
You said if they didn't confirm through your automated system, what was the process to remind a patient of an appointment?
Yeah, so we had just an automated system. So pretty much 2 weeks before your appointment, you'd receive an automated text message that would say, you have an appointment with Delafield Dental on such and such date and such time. And then 5 days beforehand, you'd pretty much receive another one, if you didn't confirm that first one. So it'd always say please send a C to confirm. And so if by the time 2 days before your appointment, you didn't confirm, we'd start calling. And then if you didn't arrive for your appointment, we pretty much gave you a little window. And if you hadn't confirmed and you hadn't showed up, then we'd call and we'd just see if you're on your way. And if you were on your way, then if it was in a lot of time, then we could still see you.
Okay. I'm going to show just for the witness first, Exhibit 108. It's going to take a couple seconds for it to show up on your screen. I have it on my screen. Let me know when you have it on your screen.
Yep.
Okay. You recognize, can you scroll down to the next page, please? Ooh. Nope. Page 2, you recognize this document?
Yeah, so that would be one of our screens that we used for patient information. So it'd give all of Stephanie's information, her address, her date of birth, and then that second side is the breakdown of her insurance.
Okay, and page 3, please.
So this is our chart progress notes. So if I made any notes or anyone else in the office, or if our automated system made any notes, it would show here.
Okay, and these are the notes for specifically Stephanie Pavlons?
They are, yes.
Okay, I would move Exhibit 108 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, it's admitted, you may do so.
Okay, so can we please go to page 2? Okay, so if we can zoom in just to the top a little bit. So, Ms. North, at the top it says Stephanie Pavlons.
Yep.
That's the patient that these records are focused on?
Correct.
Okay. And it has her date of birth, I see, on the left-hand side where it says patient information.
Yep.
And then if we can scroll down to the next page, please. You said the rest of this is really just about insurance and not about appointments, right?
Correct, yeah.
So if we go to page 3, starting at the top, tell me what that note regarding 819, what does that tell you or what does that mean?
So that's our automated system that I was trying to explain before. So that is basically, it's 2 weeks out from her appointment, so we're just saying you have an appointment coming up on this day, which was Friday, September 12th at 12. But our office at that time was going through a big remodel, so it's just saying exactly where you could park and how to get into the clinic. And that's just a reminder.
Okay, so that message, is it a phone call or a text message?
That is a text message.
And that is sent to her on August 19th of 2022?
Correct.
And her appointment was scheduled for Friday, September 2nd at noon?
Yes.
All right. And then what's that next entry on August 30th?
So that would be the one where you can confirm from. So that's saying you have your appointment coming up on Friday, September 2nd at 12. Please text a C to confirm. And then if she were to text a C to confirm from that date, then we wouldn't have to leave a message to confirm.
Okay, so on August 30th, a second text message is sent. No confirmation is made, so your office continues to follow up.
Correct.
What about the message? Then we see a couple entries on September 2nd. What are those telling you?
Yeah, so that first one that has a little note where it says unscheduled appointment 12 p.m. The updated ordonogram, the comp exam, FMX, that's just all kind of stuff that they'll do in your routine visit. And then that kind of little note there that says 826 left message to confirm, that was just one of our other attempts to reach out to confirm. And then as you're going through, all that red is what was treatment planned.
Okay.
So
I want to ask you about the left message for confirmation. Would that be a phone call or a text message?
that would be a phone call.
Okay. So on
Yep.
August 20th, so she would have received a text message on August 19th.
Yep.
A text message on August 30th.
Yep.
And then she would have received a phone call on August 26th.
Correct.
And none of those were confirmed.
Correct.
All right. Now, if we can scroll down a little bit, I see in black there's a notation for 9/2 missed appointment. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so that's basically saying that at 12:10, she still wasn't there, so we switched her appointment to then mark it as a missed appointment, an unscheduled appointment. And then you'll see that I had then, in the yellow, broke the appointment because she wasn't there, marked her as that very last line, NCNS, left message at 12:10, means no call, no show. And so I left a message for her at 12:10, just basically saying we had you scheduled at 12, you're not here yet, are you on your way?
Okay. The next exhibit I'm gonna have you listen to is exhibit 109. I'm just gonna play a short clip to see if you recognize the voice.
This message is for Stephanie. This is Katie calling from Delafield Dental. I was just
Is that your voice?
That's me, yeah.
Okay. So I would move Exhibit 109 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 109 is admitted.
Can we go back to the beginning, please, Ms. Gussie?
This message is for Stephanie. This is Katie calling from Delafield Dental. I was just calling to let you know we look forward to seeing you this coming Friday, September 2nd at 12 p.m. for your new patient appointment. Again, that is this coming Friday, September 2nd at 2 p.m. Thank you, Stephanie. Have a great day.
Said the wrong time that second time. Whoops.
Okay, but referring back to Exhibit 108, there was an indication that a message was left on August 26th. What we just listened to, that was the message that you left for her on August 26th. Is that right?
I would assume so, yeah.
Okay, because next Friday would have been
Right.
in a few days.
Yes.
Okay, so you leave a message on August 26th saying she has an appointment on September 2nd. Then if we can play a short portion of Exhibit 110, please.
Hi, this message is for Stephanie. This is Katie calling from Delafield.
Is that also your voice?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I would move Exhibit 110 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, it's admitted.
Hi, this message is for Stephanie. This is Katie calling from Delafield Dental. We had you scheduled today for your new patient appointment at 12 o'clock. The time is now 12:10. We're just calling to see if you were on your way or if we do need to go ahead and get that appointment rescheduled for you. We can see you up until 12:15, so if you are on your way, please go ahead and give us a call back here within the next 5 minutes. And if not, then just give the office a call to reschedule. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, Ms. North, so that message you left for her on September 2nd.
Correct.
And ultimately, based on these records, she did not show up for that appointment. She never called to reschedule?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And if she had called to reschedule, would that be listed in those notes on Exhibit 108?
It would have, yeah, because then we would have taken that missed appointment that I broke and created a new appointment. So then it would have had like the new date with all of that stuff in red listed again as treatment planned.
So based on the records from Delafield Dental, Ms. Pavlons never had contact with the Delafield Dental office following that missed September 2nd appointment.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any other questions.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank
You're
you.
excused. And your next witness?
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Christopher Johnson.
You come up to the witness stand, please, and once you get up here, remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn in, all right? If you can face our clerk, please.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. All right, please be seated. And if you could tell us your name, please.
Chris Johnson,
S-O-N or S-E-N?
S-O-N.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please begin by telling us how you're employed.
I am the Chief of the Office of Crime Scene Response for the Wisconsin Department of Justice, Division of Forensic Sciences, also known as the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
How long have you worked at the crime lab?
Oh, going on 19 years now.
And over the course of your 19 years, have your duties and responsibilities changed?
Yes, I started my career in the DNA analysis unit as a forensic scientist. I then participated in a bunch of quality assurance activities and became the quality assurance coordinator. I then moved on to supervise the DNA unit, participating as well along those timelines in crime scene response. And I am the chief now of the Crime Scene Response Unit for approximately 6 years.
I'd like to display for you Exhibit 125, please. Is 125 on your screen, sir?
It is.
And do you recognize this document?
I do.
Please describe it.
This is it's my statement of qualifications. So everybody at the lab that's a forensic scientist or anybody that's in management, we're required to create one of these. So it's a statement that shows my employment history of the different positions and the principal duties for those positions.
And you believe this is a true and accurate representation of your professional experience?
It is.
Okay. Move to admit 125, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's admitted. Thank you.
If you could just briefly describe your education, your formal education before you started, or maybe it was at the same time of your employment at the crime lab.
Sure. I have a Bachelor's of Science degree from Marquette University in Biological Sciences.
And throughout the years, throughout the course of your employment at the crime lab, are you required to maintain continuing education?
Yes. As a accreditation requirement, the Wisconsin State Crime Lab is accredited. As a requirement, we are mandated to do continuing education credits on an annual basis.
And specific to the crime scene response unit, you have a particularized training in that field?
Yes. We have a pretty comprehensive in-house program that's instructed by various technical leads of various disciplines, and it culminates with a mock scene and a mock court testimony.
Have you ever testified in court before?
I have.
About how many times?
Throughout my entire career, probably in the 35 to 40 range.
And crime scene response is really popular in the movies and TV now, isn't it?
That's for sure. Yes, it is.
Is real life similar to what you see there?
Real life is similar. It's just at a lot slower pace. Obviously, for entertainment purposes, everything's sped up a little bit.
Okay. And about how many crime scenes would you say that you and your team have responded to?
Oh, hundreds, 500.
When do you get called out?
We get called out anytime law enforcement has a request for technical assistance. So if it's something that they're not used to processing or something that they need help with chemical processing, we do only respond out to those major crime scenes. So death investigations, homicides, officer-involved critical incidents.
And you will go to the location if necessary?
Absolutely, yes. We'll go ask for an address or ask for a location where certain items may be, and we deploy a team to go process those, whatever may be there.
And your operation is also 24/7, 365?
Yes, 24/7, 365.
Okay. Any further voir dire of the witness, Mr. Wolf or Mr. Galaviz?
No, Your Honor. No.
Thank you. I'd like to now ask you about the date of September 20th of 2022. Do you recall being asked to assist the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department with an investigation on that date?
I do recall, yes.
Yeah, you and the crime scene response team?
Correct. Me and one other individual responded to the secure facility where this vehicle was stored.
So you were specifically asked to search a vehicle, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Just 1 second, please.
No problem.
All right, I'm going to show you a series of photographs, Mr. Johnson, and ask you to describe what we can see in these photographs, please. By way of previous agreement, Your Honor, we're going to request permission to publish.
Okay.
So Exhibit 48, please. Do you recognize Exhibit 48, Mr. Johnson?
I do.
And please describe what we see here.
This is a photograph of the passenger side of a Toyota Tacoma.
Is this the vehicle that you searched?
This is the vehicle we searched and processed, yes.
And on the the door frame between the passenger window, front passenger and back passenger window. It appears there's some objects there. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what that is, please?
Sure. That's evidence tape going across the seam of the door, and it preserves the integrity of the evidence. So it was sealed, and we cut that tape in order to gain entry into the vehicle.
Okay. Is that standard procedure, that it would be sealed
Yes.
by the authority that sees the vehicle?
Yes.
Why do they seal it up?
To preserve the integrity of whatever might be inside. It shows that nobody has gone into it since seizing that vehicle and recovering it on a warrant. So it just speaks to the preservation of the integrity of the actual item of evidence.
Okay. Exhibit 127, please. Please describe, sir.
This is an overall photograph with both the driver door and the rear driver door open, showing the passenger compartment, so to speak.
So is it, appears to be like an extended cab?
Yes, extended cab, yes.
Is there a back seat?
There is a back seat, bench seat. It's currently, I believe it's folded up, so you don't see the seat bottom.
Did you do that?
No,
That's how you found it?
that's how I found it.
This would essentially be when you first opened the doors, this is how it looked inside from the driver's side.
Correct. The way in which we go about is we'll photograph 360 going around the vehicle. We will process anything on the outside of the vehicle that we deem necessary. We open the doors, and everything is the way that we encounter it. We photograph it again, 360, and then we devise a plan on how we're going to go about searching and processing the vehicle.
Okay. 128, please. Please describe.
Overall photograph, similar to the previous photograph, but this one actually shows the passenger door and rear passenger door showing the passenger compartment.
129. Please describe.
This is the bed of the truck with the tailgate down, showing those items that are in the bed of the truck.
Again, as you found it when you opened the tailgate.
As we found it, yes.
So you said after you photograph everything, you then kind of devise a plan on how to go about searching the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
What did you do in this case?
So part of our main job is to preserve the integrity of the evidence, and this is done through a mechanism called crime scene approach, crime scene assessment, and development of a processing strategy. So vehicles are inherently set up as a very easy way to search. They're set up as zones. So our search method was a zone. After we photographed and documented it, our plan was to do compartment by compartment, pulling those items out, evaluating those items after they were documented for any evidentiary value. And if it was deemed evidentiary value, they were collected.
Now I'm going to ask you to focus the part of the search that involved the footwell of the passenger seat, okay? You remember searching that area?
Yes, I do.
All right, I'm going to show you a series of photographs involving the passenger footwell. Exhibit 130, please. Is this the how the footwell appeared before you disturbed anything inside the vehicle?
Yes, that is.
Okay. 131, please. What do we see here?
Lifting up the foot mat that's in the footwell, we see a piece of white styrofoam-looking sheet of something, and then there's a piece of paper underneath it. There's also a hammer that's underneath the foot mat, as well as some rocks.
Okay. Exhibit 51, please. What do we see here?
After lifting up that white foam piece, we can clearly see that there's a yellow sheet of paper with some handwriting on it.
Okay. 132. What is this?
It's a closer up view of the actual how the piece of paper was. You can only see a portion of the handwriting that's on it, but that's just a close-up photograph of it.
Was the paper folded in half like that when you found it?
Yes,
And it appears there's some wrinkles or some crumpling of the paper in the bottom right corner, is that right?
it does appear that way, yes.
And that's how you found it.
That is exactly how I found it.
133?
This is pulling out all those items that were in that footwell front passenger compartment. We place them onto a tarp to spread them out, and we take subsequent photographs of each of those items. So the yellow piece of paper that's in here is now open because we're wanting to document what was written on that piece of paper.
All right, thank you, sir. I'd like to move on now to ask you if you searched the interior of the vehicle for any possible blood.
Yes, so part of the process in processing a vehicle, in this particular case, we were looking for biological fluid, namely blood. So first we do a visual exam using just a bright white light, flashlight, to see if we see any areas that might resemble blood. Maybe they're reddish in discoloration or a red-brown discoloration. If we come across those areas, we do a presumptive test, and a presumptive test indicates the possible presence of blood.
Did you in fact test 3 areas using a presumptive test from the interior of the vehicle?
Yes, we did a presumptive test on 3 areas within the vehicle. All 3 of those tests were negative.
Moving now to the bed of the truck, did you do the same thing in the bed of the truck?
We did. There was an area that resembled like a wettish stain, and so I swabbed a little portion of that and put it to the same presumptive test. It ended up being negative.
You could please display 182. Is that the area there?
That is the area. The area is just to the left of the Exhibit 182 marker. You
Yeah,
see
we're
a
gonna move
white.
that. Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. Okay, if you could please point out that kind of wettish area that you just described for us. It's a touch screen, so you can
Okay.
circle it, please. Whoop. Oh, we got
Hang on.
1 second, please.
Sure.
That's on our end.
Try now.
There we go. Okay. And I can see a darker colored object or something, and then a lighter color object in that photograph. Maybe you can zoom in on that. Hang on, before you do that. My bad. May we please preserve 182A, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you would clear it, please, Madam Clerk. And zoom in on that. Okay. Go ahead and describe this for us again, please, Mr. Johnson.
So the white piece in here, I underlined that white. It's a label. It's a sticker that has a scale on it. So we put that down when we see stains so that we have visual representation of how large that stain appears. So the stain that was tested was actually this darker stain right here.
You used a presumptive test.
That was a presumptive test, yes.
What was the result?
Negative.
Okay. You could zoom back out, please. Or, I'm sorry, preserve 182B, please. And clear the screen. Okay. Was this the condition of the bed of the truck once you removed all the items?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you also use any other substance to attempt to search for blood in the bed of the truck?
Yes, so yes, we did. We used luminol, and luminol is a solution that helps visualize latent blood evidence or potential evidence. Latent meaning it's not visible to the naked eye. So we use a chemical that in the presence of potential blood reacts with the iron that might be in the blood and produces a fluorescent glow. And so it's done in complete darkness, and we're able to photograph it if there is faint fluorescence. It's a good tool to use to learn where to kind of dig a little bit deeper. So again, it's a chemiluminescence. It's a fluorescence.
Was there any illumination in the bed of the truck?
Yes, there were areas that had a very faint fluorescence, and due to that, I decided to pretty much swab the entire surface of the bed of the truck to be able to collect any potential DNA that might be there.
How did you do it?
Seeing that the size of the bed is far too large to just take one set of swabs, I sectioned off the bed as upper driver side, upper passenger side, center of it. So in all, I took approximately 8 sets of swabs of the actual surface of the bed of the vehicle.
How about the interior of the vehicle? Did you collect any swabs from the interior of the vehicle?
Yes, we did the same luminol test, that the chemical that I talked about. We applied it to the front passenger seat, and we collected 1 set of swabs from the front passenger seat as well.
Did you do a presumptive blood test on that stain on the front passenger seat?
Yes,
What was the result?
that was negative as well.
Despite the negative on the presumptive test, you still collected the swabs.
Yes, because the chemical luminol test showed very, very faint fluorescence.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Those are all my questions.
All right. Cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, luminol will illuminate for multiple substances, not just blood, correct?
That is correct.
And how long have you been basically in with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Going on 19 years.
Okay. And we saw a lot of photographs that were taken in this. Did you take a lot of photographs in the course of your investigation in this case?
I was assigned to be the team leader, so I have another member that took all of these photographs.
Okay. Approximately how many photographs did you take?
Of the vehicle?
Yes.
356.
And why do you take photographs again?
It's part of documentation, just like taking notes. It's part of observation, so it's a permanent document, permanent proof of how things are the way that we encounter them.
Okay. And it also details and supports your investigation in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And you said you've given testimony in probably 35 to 40 trials, correct?
Yes.
And obviously those photographs, it's important to have those photographs to show the accuracy of your investigation, correct?
Yes.
When you entered the pole barn in this case, the vehicle was kind of positioned away from the other vehicles, correct?
That's correct. It was placed into the center of the pole barn.
Okay, so it's kind of isolated, right?
Yes.
Did you examine the exterior of the vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
Did you, through visual inspection or through luminol, did you notice any type, or did you get any hits or indication of anything on the outside of the vehicle?
No, nothing of evidence or value popped on it.
Just in particular, did you look at the back bumper and the back tailgate at all?
Yes.
I saw you in your, you're a member of the Midwest Association of Forensic Sciences, scientists, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you familiar with the National Institute of Standards and Technology?
I'm familiar.
Okay. What is that organization?
NIST. It stands for, yes, as he said, it's an organization that sets standards for the forensic community.
Okay. Do you follow those standards?
NIST standards, guidelines, yes.
Okay. And why is it important to have standards?
It provides a foundation for people on how to do things that are accepting within the scientific community.
Okay. And is that important for providing evidence in a criminal trial such as this?
Yes.
Okay. Why is that?
It provides validity to the work being done, that you're doing it within an accepted procedure, that people within the community are using the same approach and assessment and strategy.
Okay. Thank you very much. Nothing further.
Redirect.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. One more question.
Okay, go ahead.
Confirming you, the 8th. Okay. So all the swabs that you took of the vehicle, both in the passenger compartment and in the bed of the truck, again, everything was negative for any type of human substance or DNA, correct?
Yes, we collected those and then submitted those. The agency submitted those to the lab for further examination within the DNA unit.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Right. Redirect?
No.
All right, thank you very much, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
State calls Stephanie Klein, Your Honor.
Ma'am, come on up to the witness stand to my right, please, and once you get up there, remain standing. Good face our clerk, please.
The testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, please be seated. And if you could please tell us your name.
Stephanie Klein,
Spell the last name, please.
Kleine.
Thank you.
Morning, Ms. Klein. Thank you.
Morning.
How are you employed, ma'am?
I'm employed at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in Milwaukee.
In what capacity?
I'm a DNA analyst.
How long have you worked there?
14 years.
Have you always been a DNA analyst at the lab?
Yes, I have.
I'm going to display for the witness only, please, Exhibit 111. Do you recognize, is it on your screen?
It is not. Oh, it is now.
Okay. Do you recognize this document?
It appears to be the first page of my statement of qualifications.
All right, and if you look over on the right-hand side, you can see it's a total of a 4-page document. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is this a document you completed?
Yes.
What's the purpose in creating this document?
This states my qualifications and trainings that I've attended throughout my employment at the Milwaukee State Crime Laboratory and any jobs that I've held in the field prior.
So can you please tell the jury what your formal education is?
Yes, I received my Bachelor of Science degree in Forensic Chemistry and my Master of Science degree in Forensic Science, both from Marshall University.
Have you always worked at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Yes, I have.
So upon graduating from graduate school?
Yes,
Okay. And you told us you always worked in the DNA unit, correct?
that's correct.
All right. And have you ever analyzed a sample of an item presented to the lab to attempt to identify or detect DNA?
Yes.
How many times?
I issue over 100 cases per year, so hundreds of times.
Have you ever testified in court before?
Yes.
How many times?
This is my 64th testimony.
And there are certain procedures that the lab follows when you receive an item from a law enforcement agency and you're asked to analyze it for DNA, correct?
Yes.
We hear a lot about DNA in the news and in the movies these days. Can you give the jury a really easy to understand explanation of DNA and how it can be obtained from various items or what the source of DNA may be?
Yes, so DNA is typically referred to as the blueprint of life. It tells your body what it's going to be like and look like, and it is the same in all of the nucleated cells in your body. You get half of your DNA from your mother and half from your father, and it does not change throughout your lifetime. Your DNA profile is unique to you, an individual, with the exception of identical siblings.
And what can be some sources of DNA?
DNA comes from any nucleated cell in your body, so any body fluid like blood, semen, or saliva, as well as any other types of cells like skin cells.
Were you asked specifically to work on a case from the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department under the name of Stephanie Pavlons?
Yes.
I'm going to please display for the witness only Exhibit 112, which is report number 4. Is that on your screen now, ma'am?
Yes.
Can you identify Exhibit 112?
This is the first page of my confidential report of laboratory findings for our laboratory case number R22-2670 with my signature on it, as well as the initials and date of my technical reviewer.
Is this a report that you authored?
Yes.
Do you believe it's a true and accurate representation of your work in this case?
Could you scroll down so I could see all pages, please?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
I'll move to admit 112, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
112 is admitted.
Please publish for the jury. All right, so I'm going to ask you, Ms. Gussie, to scroll to sort of the middle of the page there. And thank you. So, Ms. Klein, you documented the items that were involved in your DNA analysis for this case on this report, correct?
Yes.
And it's items A through I, correct?
Yes.
And they were all swabs, correct?
Yes.
Collected from a truck.
That's correct.
Okay. And you do some initial screening of the swabs, is that correct?
Yes.
Was every swab analyzed?
Yes.
Or every item, I should say?
Yes, every item was cut and processed.
Okay. And you did some initial screening.
Correct.
Tell us about that, please.
So initially, I looked at the swabs visually just to note any staining if it was present, and then I tested each of the swabs in this report for the presence of blood, and no blood was detected on any of the swabs, items A through I.
Is that a confirmatory test that you're doing at that point? Or a presumptive test?
I would have to refer to my notes to see which test I did, but either way, it was negative, so either presumptive or confirmatory test, a negative is negative for blood.
Okay. Can you do anything further with the swabs then?
I did process all of the swabs for DNA, even though there was no body fluid detected, or there was no blood detected on the swabs. I did still process them for DNA analysis.
And if we, is that what's indicated in the chart at the bottom of page 1 there?
Correct. Each of the swabs was cut, and they receive a sub-designation at our laboratory for tracking of the extracted DNA sample. They just get a 1 after the alphabet letter. So item A became A1. That was the cutting. That was the DNA extract.
And were you able to isolate any DNA in any of the swabs?
Yes, I believe there were a few that proceeded on for DNA analysis.
Okay. Describe that for us, please.
So items B1, D1, F1, G1, and I1 did not have enough human DNA present for further testing, as well as H1 did not have enough human DNA for further testing, which means they did not have enough DNA present in that sample that we would expect to get a DNA profile, so they stopped at the point of determining how much DNA is present in a sample, which is something that we do on all evidentiary samples at our laboratory. However, items A1, C1, and E1 all had enough DNA present for further testing.
And so in the middle of the page 2 there, you're able to make some conclusions about the A1, C1, and E1?
Yes.
And please describe that for the jury.
So for item A1, which was front passenger seat swabs, I obtained a 2-person mixture that contained at least one male individual. And that was then interpreted, and I didn't have any standards from a known individual at this time, so there were no comparisons done.
And we'll get to that later in your testimony.
Yes.
Okay. Keep going with C and E, please.
So item C1 was the left lower driver truck bed area swabs. Again, a 2-person mixture with at least one male individual, and that was suitable for interpretations. For item E1, which was the center upper driver truck bed area swabs, I obtained a low-level partial profile, which was not suitable for comparisons just because there was a limited amount of genetic material present in that profile.
So you mentioned that you didn't do a comparison because at that point you didn't have standards from known subjects, right?
Correct.
Explain what that means to the jury, please.
So when we do our casework, we look at evidentiary items first to develop profiles and determine if they're suitable for comparison purposes. If they are, we would compare those evidence profiles to profiles from known individuals. And we need that so that we know what that person's profile is, and we can compare it to our evidence profile and either include or exclude them.
In a case like this with a death investigation, would you typically get standards from the deceased victim
Yes,
and potentially any suspects?
correct.
Where do you get these standards from, the standard samples from?
All of the samples would be submitted by the submitting agency.
So law enforcement.
Correct.
And if you didn't have them, can you ask them to provide?
Typically, upon receipt of any evidence, an agency is expected to and requested to submit standards along with evidence.
But in this case, that didn't happen.
I'm uncertain if a request was made upon submission of these items. That typically is handled by our case management director. But I believe that was eventually done, and we did get standards from known individuals.
Okay. Point being, at the time you were doing this work, you didn't have the standards to compare.
Correct.
Okay. Like to move on to Exhibit 113 for the witness only first, please. Can you please identify 113 when it comes up?
Yes, this is the first page of my confidential report of laboratory findings dated May 9th, 2023 for our case number R22-2670, and it has my signature as well as the initials and date of my technical reviewer.
And this is report number 7.
Correct.
Okay. A total of 5 pages?
Yes.
All right. Again, I'm going to ask Ms. Gussie just to scroll through it for your review here.
Yes,
And you authored this report as well.
I did.
Do you believe this is a true and accurate copy of your report?
It is.
Move for admission of 113, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
113 is admitted.
Okay, please publish for the jury. And if you could scroll to the middle of the page so we could see what items we're working with here. So additional items were submitted to the lab for testing, correct?
Yes.
And I want to focus your testimony here on items K and L.
Okay.
Okay. And what did you designate as item K to be?
Item K was a disposable scalpel.
And item L?
Item L was a handwritten note.
One second, please. First, I'm going to show you what has been marked in court here as State's Exhibit 20. And if you could please inspect that and tell me if you see any indication that that was an item analyzed by you at the crime lab.
Yes.
How can you tell?
It bears our specific Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory barcode and the case number R22-2670. It also has my initials on the item barcode.
And that would be your item K?
Yes, that was item K.
All right. And then Exhibit 53, same thing. Please inspect and tell me if this is an item you inspected at your lab.
Yes, this also has our crime lab barcode for R22-2670, item L, and it has my initials on the item.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll stick with item L as long as you have it in your hand there. That's a piece of paper, correct?
Yes.
Were you able to do anything from a DNA standpoint with that paper?
In this particular case with these items, I was looking for any staining present on an item. And this item in particular, item L, the handwritten note, was also going to be processed by a different unit. So because there was no staining, I did no further analysis of any kind on this item.
Okay. And then let's go back, please, to item K, the scalpel.
Okay.
Please tell us about your work with the scalpel, item K.
I did examine this item for any stains, and there appeared to be stains on either side of the scalpel blade. One of them was more rust-like discoloration. So I did 2 blood tests on this item, and blood was not identified on the item.
Did you do anything further with the scalpel then?
No.
All right. Turning to page, we can go, yeah, we're still on 113, thank you. That's just describing what you just told us about some of the different items. The other items, K through L, I'm sorry, M through, can you go back up, please? M through R, did you do any work with those items?
Yes, I looked at the items for any body fluids, or any staining, I should say.
Okay.
And if there was no staining on the item, no testing was done. If there was any staining noted on the item that looked like it could potentially be blood-like, I would do blood testing.
Any of these items in Exhibit 113 or your report number 7, did you identify any blood on any of these items?
No, none of the items that I tested for the presence of blood had blood on them.
And so nothing further was really done with these items?
Correct.
Okay. One second, please. If you could, Ms. Gussie, scroll down then to the bottom of page 2 of Exhibit 113. Yep, right there. So you go on in this report to talk about some further work you did with the standards were now available to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And these would be just, I need to see a little bit more of the top of that. There you go. Okay. You received items U and V?
Yes.
And those relate to hairs from Stephanie Pavlons, correct?
Yes.
And standard, item V was a standard from Matthew Pahl.
Correct.
Okay. What did you do with these standards?
So for the hair sample, I took 2 different samplings at 2 different times to attempt to get any DNA for processing to develop a standard from Stephanie Pavlons. However, I was unable to detect any human DNA on either of those hair samples that I took that were submitted as a standard for her. With the standard from Matthew Pahl, I did develop a single source profile for comparisons to evidence profiles that I had previously obtained.
And was that useful to have that standard from Mr. Pahl to make that comparison?
Yes, I would need a standard for comparison purposes, so it was essential to have.
And were you able to make a comparison and reach a conclusion?
Yes, I compared the standard from Matthew Pahl to the two profiles that I previously had that were suitable for comparison purposes.
And how did you do that? How did you make the comparison?
I used the standard to develop a statistic to show the weight of the inclusion or exclusion of that individual. That statistic is called a likelihood ratio. And essentially a likelihood ratio is a ratio of two different explanations of that specific profile or that data. The first explanation would be that Matthew Pahl would be included as well as an unknown individual. The other explanation would be that two unknown individuals made up that mixture. So it's specific to the profile that I have.
What was your ultimate conclusion?
So for the front passenger seat swabs, item A1, assuming a two-person mixture, it is at least 878 million times more likely to observe the mixture profile from the front passenger seat swabs if it's a mixture of DNA from Matthew Pahl and an unknown individual than if it's a mixture from two unknown individuals, which is to say very strong support for inclusion to the mixture.
If you learned that Mr. Pahl was the owner of the vehicle, would it be unusual to find his DNA inside the vehicle?
No.
And what about item C1? If you can scroll to the top of page 3, please. There you go.
For item C1, I did the same thing. Assuming a two-person mixture, it's at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe the mixture profile I obtained from the left lower driver truck bed area swabs if it's a mixture resulting from Matthew Pahl and an unknown individual than if it's a mixture of two unknown individuals, which again is to say there's very strong support for inclusion of Matthew Pahl in the mixture.
Again, if it's his truck, not too surprising of a result, is it?
Correct.
Okay. Of all the items you inspected, you were not able to reach a conclusion that Stephanie Pavlons' DNA was present on any of the items, correct?
I was unable to develop a profile for comparison purposes from Stephanie Pavlons, so I could not make any comparisons of her in any of the mixtures. I didn't have a standard.
You did not detect any items with, well, strike that, from the vehicle. You didn't detect any items with blood, correct?
That's correct.
And if I tell you that also Stephanie Pavlons was known to be a passenger in the vehicle, it would not be surprising had you found DNA inside the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
Finally, ma'am, I'm going to ask for Exhibit 115, which is report number 8, to be displayed for the witness. And if you can identify number 8, we'll scroll through it for you quickly. Okay, you recognize 114. I'm sorry, 115.
Yes.
Okay.
Please. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
It is it's the confidential report of laboratory findings that is dated September 27th, 2024 for our laboratory case number R22-2670, report number 8. And it has my signature on it as the issuing analyst, as well as my reviewer's date and initial.
And if is this a document you authored?
Yes.
Is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
Move for admission of 115, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
115 submitted.
Please publish for the jury. So in this report, you're dealing with items X, Y, and Z, correct?
Yes.
And I want to ask you specifically, what was item X?
Item X was a T-shirt.
And did you do any screening of the T-shirt?
Yes.
Also like to put up for the witness only Exhibit 116, please.
Okay.
Just scroll through all the pages so she can see, please. Is Exhibit 116 a report that you authored?
These are my case notes that are associated with my report number 8.
Okay. And do you believe this is a true and accurate document to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
All right. Move for admission of 116, permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
116 is admitted.
So I'm going to ask Ms. Gussie to, stop a little bit lower. That's good. Okay. Ms. Klein, please describe for the jury your work with item X, the black T-shirt.
So I examined the item. I looked at the entire item to see if there was any hairs, fibers, debris, which there was a good amount of hairs and fibers. There were some bug carcasses on the item as well. I looked under IR lighting for any absorption of light, which would indicate to me that there was possible blood present on an item. I found 2 areas that are circled on the image, and I tested those for the presence of blood.
What did you find?
Both of those areas had a positive blood result.
Are you able to then test those areas for possible DNA analysis?
Yes, I took a cutting from one of the positive blood-stained areas and processed that for DNA analysis.
What did you find?
I was unable to obtain any human DNA from that sample.
But there's blood on that shirt.
Yes.
How come you can't find the DNA?
So in this instance, because of the state of the item, it was still damp. It had a very strong decomposition odor. So I would assume it was in a very harsh environment. So we can still detect the heme that is detected in our hemotrace tests that would be indicative of blood. However, any DNA that might have been on the item would have been broken down, which is why I was unable to detect DNA.
How did the DNA get broken down, if you know?
Well, there's many factors that can begin to break down DNA. Humidity, heat, moisture, packaging in different ways. We accept items in paper usually because it's porous, so there's no bacterial growth. If something's packaged in plastic for a long time, it could start growing certain organisms that would start breaking down DNA. So there's a number of factors that would go into how DNA would start to break down.
You are able to state with certainty there's blood on the shirt.
Yes, I had a positive test for blood on the neck area of the shirt.
But you can't tell us whose blood it was.
Correct.
Okay. 1 second, please. Your evidence of insect activity, is that correct?
There were a few dead bug carcasses on the shirt.
If there's insects present on the remains, strike that. If there's insects present on the shirt and on the remains where the shirt came from, could the insects also account for some of the breakdown of the DNA?
To my limited knowledge, I know some bugs can start breaking down cells and DNA, but I'm not an expert in bugs in any way.
Sure. Luckily, we had a bug expert yesterday. All right, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your help.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Klein, you said that you could not confirm that those specks were human blood, correct?
They were confirmatory for human blood
They were
on the shirt.
The specks on the shirt were confirmatory for human blood?
The 2 stains that I tested were confirmatory for human blood, yes.
Okay, good. And if you're familiar with the word transfer, correct? how blood and other items can be transferred, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if the shirt is pushed up against a decaying body, it could that shirt could transfer some of the the volatile organisms from that body, correct?
Any contact between one item and another can leave behind a transfer of materials, cellular or otherwise.
So you can't tell when those specks came to be on that shirt, correct?
Correct.
And you can't tell whether, if let's say we learned about blowflies yesterday. So if a blowfly is landing and I guess feeding on human volatile organisms, there might be some on their feet, and that fly could fly to a location such as a shirt and deposit a speck of volatile organism from a human, correct?
I'm not an expert in bugs, but again, any contact between one item and another would leave behind transfer.
Okay, so again, you have no idea when those specks were placed on that shirt.
Just to clarify, the stains that I tested were as large as those circles that you saw on the image. So they were large areas of absorption. They weren't necessarily specks. But no, I can't tell when they were on an item.
Okay, and when you say absorption, if there was a drop of something or a small speck, as I said, on the T-shirt and it rained, that would obviously cause soaking in and create a bigger area for the sample, correct?
I'm not an expert in how fabric wicks, so I don't know how to answer that question. I'm sorry.
But any type of liquid introduced to a sample is going to expand that sample, correct?
Rain does make liquid run, to my knowledge.
In the course of your scientific studies, you will occasionally introduce a neutral liquid so that you can test more of an item, correct?
I'm sorry, I don't think I understand your question.
In the course of you're a scientist, right?
Yes.
And you do lab work, correct?
Correct.
And on occasion, when you have a small amount of a substance, you may introduce a neutral substance so that you can do further testing of an item that might be really, let's say a drop of liquid that's very tiny. You'll want to be able to test it, and in order to do that, you might introduce a neutral liquid, correct?
We typically don't manipulate stains on items. We would take samples from anything and then attempt extracting those in a tube. So I guess in that instance, the neutral liquid or buffers that we use for extraction would expand that sample.
Thank you. You said that when you did test numbers, or the crime lab report number 7, you didn't have a standard for Stephanie Pavlons, correct? Or you didn't have a suitable standard, I'm sorry.
Correct. I was unable to develop a profile from the hairs that were submitted as a standard for Stephanie Pavlons.
Okay, and that report obviously was returned to law enforcement for their reports, correct?
Correct.
And at any time did the state say, oh, that would be important for us to have a DNA sample for Stephanie Pavlons that you can use? You never got something like that again later for Stephanie Pavlons, did you?
I did not.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Yes, briefly, thank you. As to the standard for Stephanie, do you recall that a piece of her kneecap was submitted to the crime lab for analysis?
No, we did not receive a piece of kneecap for analysis.
Was it brought in?
I don't believe it was. To my knowledge, I do not know that.
Okay. Do you know if we attempted to do that and it was rejected by the lab?
Again, I'm not certain. I did know there was a kneecap, but I don't know if it was attempted to submit or not.
Okay. And because the only items you were able to identify a profile on were A and C, correct?
Yes.
And you identified male DNA in each of those, correct?
Yes.
The absence of a standard from Stephanie Pavlons would not have changed your conclusions for items A and C, correct?
No, my interpretations of those two items, as well as the comparisons to the standard that I did have, are unchanged.
Why is it that you were unable to develop a DNA profile from her hair sample?
Again, the DNA must have been severely degraded. The two samples that I took were large portions of multiple hairs that were submitted to us, and was unable to identify any human DNA in either of those samples.
Does that happen on occasion?
Yes, it can happen, especially in cases of severe decomposition from an individual.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Klein.
Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. You're
Thank you.
excused. Your next witness, then.
Thank you. The state will call Detective Dave Fine.
Thank you. Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah.
Sir, if you could come up to the witness stand to my right, please. And once you get up there, remain standing and raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. All right, have a seat, please. And tell us your name, please.
First name is David, last name is Fine, F-E-Y-E-N.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Detective Fine, where are you employed?
I work for the City of Waukesha Police Department,
How long have you been employed there?
23 years.
And do you have any special assignments at the City of Waukesha Police Department?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
So I work in the computer forensic department of our agency, which handles all evidence related to digital matters, cell phones, computers, laptops, vehicle forensics, cloud data, that sort of thing.
And did you have to have some specific trainings and certifications in order to take that specialty within your department?
Yes, I have about a little over 500 hours of formalized training since 2012 in computer forensics, both from vendor-neutral instructors, from companies we work with directly with their software, from the Secret Service. So I've had continuing education throughout my time in the unit. I also teach a little bit of it on the side, and I have certifications from several internationally recognized computer forensic organizations, and as well from vendors themselves.
Do you have specific trainings or certifications related to the forensic examination of Apple products or specifically Mac computers?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
So we use a tool called, sorry, I just had a blank spare. We used a tool called Black Bag in the past. The product was bought out by Celebrite, and now called Celebrite Collector. I have training with that through the Secret Service. I use that product several times to examine MacBooks, and we also use other products to examine Apple cell phones.
Okay. And in September of 2023, were you asked to assist the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department with some devices that they didn't have the ability to extract or download?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Can you tell me about the process of once you receive an item, whether it's from your agency or you're assisting another agency, what's the process that you go through specific to a computer to create a forensic image?
So a computer, it varies depending on what kind of computer it is and what kind of protection is in place. For a MacBook, in this case, I needed the passcode, which I had, so I was able to unlock the laptop. And I turned off several settings to allow my tools to communicate with the MacBook. In one of the cases, there was a high-level security setting that was in place, but that was easily turned off. And then basically I connect the software dongle to the MacBook, and I ask the software to extract the information off of the laptop into an external drive so I can examine it further.
Okay. Why is it important to complete this process in this way? What's the reason behind that?
We wanted to I don't want to manually scroll through a MacBook and open documents and files because I'm changing timestamps. We call stopping our data. I'm actually making changes with it. So it is the most forensically sound process to pull the data off the laptop with the software. I'm not writing things to the device. I'm not changing data on it. In that way, I have the best piece of evidence I can possibly get off the laptop for further examination.
And in this case, you were provided by Detective Schrader of the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department 4 MacBooks, 3 that belong to Mr. Marvin Pahl and 1 that belonged to Mr. Matthew Pahl?
Correct.
Okay. And you completed the same process for each of those 4 MacBook computers?
The extraction process, yes. One of the laptops, like I mentioned before, had a higher level security setting I had to turn off, but beyond that, the extraction process was the same.
Okay. And the higher level security setting, that was on Mr. Matthew Pahl's MacBook, correct?
Correct.
You also completed a download of a phone that was obtained from Matt Pahl on a search warrant, correct?
Yes.
Why did you need to examine that phone rather than just the computer in this particular case?
So at that time, that particular phone was not supported by any tool in its current lock state that the Waukesha Sheriff's Department possessed. We were fortunate enough to have a second set of tools. At the time it was called Celebrate Premium, and that tool allows us to pull an extraction off of that particular phone with that particular software update without actually knowing the passcode. It basically bypasses the passcode, pulls all the data off the phone, and we were able to look at it.
Okay, so different tools have different capabilities, and your department happens to have some tools and software that the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department does not or did not have.
Yeah, at that time they did not, yes.
All right. So ultimately, you complete 5 extractions, 1 phone, and 4 computers?
Yes.
Okay. And once you complete those extractions, is this just a file that goes on a hard drive?
So each extraction was basically made its own folder, and I gave it all to Detective Schrader on an external hard drive that he provided to me. So he had the raw data. I did not actually do any of the forensic analysis and searching of the data itself. I was just basically asked to extract it from those devices.
Is it common for your department to assist other agencies in Waukesha County, Washington County, other surrounding counties, particularly on a high-profile case or a case involving a death investigation?
Yes, we've done this numerous times.
And your department has a number of tools that other departments do not have?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much. Who's the next witness?
Yeah, Detective Frederick, so now would be a good time for a break.
Let's take a break now for about 10 minutes. Okay?
All rise for the jury.
Have a seat, everyone. Anything from the state before we break?
We do need to enter some exhibits. Exhibit 125, 48.
And a second. These are exhibits you already presented?
Yes, they are presented with Mr. Johnson.
125's been admitted.
Okay, 127,
That as well.
128 through 131.
All those, yes.
Okay, and 132 and 33.
Yes, those are pictures. My understanding was that there was an agreement as to the
Okay.
admission of the pictures.
Okay.
The only thing I don't have admitted, according to my notes, and I may be wrong, is 111.
111, yes. Move to. The state would move to admit.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. Was I wrong, Madam Clerk? No? I didn't think so. Let me check with her.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't.
No,
No.
it was not.
No.
Nope. Okay. Okay, have a seat, everybody. Thank you very much. All 14 jurors are here. And everybody's here. All right, let's go. Come on up.
Okay, we'll call Detective Fredericks.
You swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, have a seat, sir.
Thank you.
And tell us your name, please.
Brian, Brian, Frederick's.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Detective Fredericks, where are you employed?
Waukesha County Sheriff's Department.
And how long have you been employed there?
Since 2010.
Is that the totality of your law enforcement experience?
It's not.
Okay, where did you work before that?
I worked 13 years for the City of Pewaukee Police Department.
What are your current duties at the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department?
I'm assigned to the Detective Bureau.
How long have you been assigned to the Bureau?
14 years.
And as part of your assignment to the Detective Bureau, what types of cases do you typically work in the Detective Bureau?
I've largely worked sensitive crimes cases.
Okay. Do you have a particular set of detectives that work only on death investigations or homicides?
We don't have what I would describe as homicide detectives or a homicide unit. We just have detectives, and some are assigned to financial investigations, others to sensitive crimes, and then out of that group, certain detectives are assigned to death investigations.
And were you dispatched to a scene on September 9th of 2022 related to a body that was located?
Yes.
Who else was dispatched to that scene on that day?
There were several detectives, several members of patrol, and myself and Detective Plennis were specifically contacted by our captain and requested to respond to the scene.
When you're asked to respond to the scene, do you know what your role or your duties within that investigation are going to be?
Shortly after arriving on the scene, our captain advised Detective Plennis and myself that this would be our investigation.
When you have two detectives that are assigned as co-leads, how does that work as the investigation proceeds?
Typically what will happen is we sort of split the assignments because there's a lot of work to be done. And so we sort of divvy up and decide who's going to work on what and what the other person will work on.
Why is it important as a lead detective in an investigation to respond directly to the scene?
What's great to get eyes on the scene and have a look at what's happening, where the victim is, and any environmental, the lay of the land, basically.
Important for you to know what you see out there and how that might play into the investigation going forward?
That's correct.
So when you arrive to the location near OAW, was that in Waukesha County, Wisconsin?
Yes, ma'am.
What happens when you get there?
Upon arrival, we were escorted by a deputy to the area where they had located the victim.
Now, you said you were escorted by a deputy. Were there a number of law enforcement officers, detectives in the area where the body had been located by the time you get there?
Yes.
A lot of activity outside of OAW at that time?
That is correct.
A lot of squad cars?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you get to the area of the body, what were some observations that you made that you're thinking might be important in your investigation going forward?
I noted that the victim was just lying on the ground on her back, and that she had been in advanced stage of decomposition and was largely skeletal in her head area.
At the point that you are at the scene with the deceased person, was anyone able to say for certain that this was a male or a female?
We were not.
Why not?
Because, again, of the advanced state of decomposition.
So as you take a look at the scene, did you kind of survey the area where the body was located?
Yes, I did.
And what observations did you make while standing in the area of the body?
Well, it was inside of an area that was surrounded by tall trees, and there was some width to it. I was able to see that there was a golf course to the north, and then there was more trees to the west and to the east, and that the body was several feet or yards actually into the woods from where the tree line and that meadow area come together.
Okay. And you heard some testimony from Mr. Fricano about some illegal farming that was happening, and you were also with us and the jury when we went out to the scene. Where was that illegal farming, based on your understanding, happening?
My understanding is that it was happening to the south and east.
Okay, so further east than where the jury had the opportunity to view things?
That's correct.
All right. So is your first order of business in this investigation determining who it is that's deceased in the woods?
Yes.
Why?
Victimology is really the most important starting point because it gives us an idea of not only who this individual is, but then we can start to look into their life to see who they are, who they're friends with, who their family is, to make notifications and attempt to determine how this victim, in this case, ended up where she did.
Okay. So the body's found on September 9th. About 3 days later, you and Detective Seitz are working on identification of the deceased person.
That's correct.
And ultimately, the medical examiner was able to make a positive identification. And what did you do next?
Myself and Detective Plennis went to the victim's parents' residence to notify them.
What did you bring with you when you went to their residence?
I had brought photographs of the victim's shoes and a costume style ring that she had.
Why do you bring these photos to her parents?
To see if they were able to confirm that, in fact, it was their daughter.
If the deceased had not been in such advanced stages of decomposition, would it be ordinary for your department to bring photos of the deceased, the body that you had located to a person to make identification? Or are you always using personal objects to make those identifications?
Depending on the condition of the deceased, ideally we would not want to bring the family to a scene or pictures, especially if it's a particularly gruesome crime.
Okay, so pretty common that you're using these items of personal effects that might be found with the victim.
That is correct.
In this case, there was no identification located on the person, correct?
Correct.
And so you really had to use these other items in order to determine who this might be.
Yes.
So once you speak with her parents, those were Georgianne and Richard Pavlons?
Correct.
Where did you speak with them?
At their residence in Delafield.
When you first made contact with them, do you know what type of investigation this is?
No.
Okay. You know it's a death investigation, right?
Correct.
Do you know at this point if it's a suicide?
No.
Do you know if it's a homicide?
No.
You just need to figure out what happened, right?
We wanted to, again, confirm that this was, in fact, Stephanie Pavlons and notify the parents that we had found her.
When you speak with Miss Georgianne and Mr. Richard Pavlons, were you able to obtain some information about where Stephanie may have been living?
Yes.
Why is that important?
Because, again, we can follow up to see who she may be living with, anybody else who may have some additional information as to how she ended up in the middle of the woods.
Based on that conversation, was it your understanding that Stephanie was living full-time with her parents?
She was not living full-time with her parents.
Who was she living with?
She was living with the defendant,
And who is that?
Matthew Pahl.
Can you please identify him by where he's seated and an item of clothing he's wearing?
George, I'll stipulate ID.
All right.
Okay. Did you learn where Matthew Pahl was residing?
Yes.
Where was that?
1001 Delafield Street in the city of Waukesha.
So even though Mr. Pahl lived in the city of Waukesha, that would be the city of Waukesha's jurisdiction, right?
Correct.
Why did this case, why was it investigated by the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department?
Because the victim was recovered in the town of Delafield, which is outside of the city of Waukesha and within our jurisdiction.
Okay. So you have now a possible residence for Miss Stephanie Pavlons. Were you given any information about the relationship that she had with Matt Pahl?
Yes.
What was that?
That they had a child in common, and that she lived on again and off again, which is to say she would live with Mr. Pahl sometimes and live with her parents sometimes.
And how old was Stephanie at the time of her death?
I believe she was 44 years old.
Did you also need to learn her phone number?
Yes.
Why?
We obtain the phone numbers so that we can obtain phone records to see who the, in this case, who Stephanie was communicating with, who she had regular contact with, and we do that through phone records for the provider.
So those can be a really helpful tool in your investigation.
Yes, ma'am.
Who gave you Stephanie's phone number?
Her mother did.
And do you recall what that phone number is? If
No.
you don't remember it off the top of your head, that's okay. You have a lot of information. So after you get her residence, her phone number, did you try and get a ballpark of when Georgianne and Richard had last seen Stephanie?
We did.
Why?
Because, again, we're trying to establish sort of a timeline of when she's last seen with people and how close we can get that to when she's ultimately discovered.
Okay, so what did Georgianne and Richard tell you about the approximate date of the last time they've seen her, spoken to her, anything like that?
They had indicated that it had been approximately 3 weeks since they had contact with her.
And you speak to them on September 12th?
Correct.
So 3 weeks would take us back to about mid-August, does that sound right?
Sounds correct.
August 20th or 21st?
Yes.
Did they tell you where they thought she was going when the last time they saw her?
They did. They indicated that she was planning on going with Mr. Pahl to the YMCA to go swimming.
So what do you do with that information?
We went then to the YMCA. Mrs. Pavlons had advised us that she, Stephanie Pavlons, and Matthew Pahl frequented the YMCA on Broadway Avenue in the city of Waukesha, and so we went there to check to see when the last time she had been at that location.
And when was the last time that Stephanie Pavlons checked in at that location?
It was on August 21st, 2022.
And about what time?
It was 1:30ish in the afternoon.
What do you do next in your investigation now that you have this information from the parents?
Well, we started asking the parents about any relationships she was in and who she had hung out with, any kind of friendships that she had, things like that.
Did she have any friends that you needed to follow up with?
We were advised that she had no friends.
Was she talking to any other males other than Mr. Pahl that the parents were aware of?
Not that the parents were aware of, no.
Okay, so the primary person that you need to follow up with now is Mr. Matt Pahl?
That is correct.
Once you learn that he lives at the Willow Park apartment, did your department begin gathering surveillance video from there?
Yes, we did.
Why?
Again, we want to shore up the timeline of when she's last seen alive. And since we had information that Stephanie was residing at least on a part-time basis at that location, we want to look at surveillance video and see when we see her coming and going from that location.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's previously been admitted as Exhibit 71. We can go to the next slide. Detective Fredericks, you assisted in putting together this PowerPoint for all these videos that were relevant in your investigation?
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at here on slide 2?
Slide 2 on the left is an overview or on top of type of photograph of 1001 Delafield Street. It has the numbers 4 and 7 indicating exit doors. And the photo on the right is an outside photograph of 1001 Delafield Street, also with the 4 and 7 indicators on there.
Okay. And the 7, fair to say that the door that's listed as 7 is actually in the corner of that building further to the left of the building?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And what was the significance of the numbers as it related to the videos that you watched and reviewed?
Those are the door numbers where we frequently saw Matthew Pahl and Stephanie Pavlons coming and going from.
Okay. And the videos are listed in order, in date order by the door. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
All right. So as you start to review this video, were you aware if Stephanie Pavlons had a key or access herself to the apartment?
We were not provided that information, no.
Okay. So as you're reviewing the video, is that something that you're trying to determine?
Yes.
Okay. If we could go to slide 3, please. So this video is from, looks like door 7. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
From August 20th of 2022 at 1:33 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if we can play this video, please. All right, looks like we're having a little trouble with this. Detective Fredericks, you remember reviewing the video from August 20th?
Yes.
We're going to take it down from the screen. We'll work on the technical difficulties. What was significant about the video that you recall from August 20th?
As I recall, the video shows at one point through that door, Mr. Pahl coming through the door, closing the door, but sort of not securing it, sort of propping it open just a little bit.
Okay. Why did that have importance in your investigation?
Well, because shortly thereafter, Stephanie is seen coming through that door,
And what did that indicate to you?
that she did not have a key.
Okay. The next video that you reviewed was from, there's actually a couple videos. One was from August 21st. Does that sound right?
Does.
Okay. And what was the significance of that?
I believe it was a similar situation.
So you learned that she's last at the YMCA on the 21st, right?
Correct.
And so based on these videos, you can confirm that Stephanie Pavlons had been at the Willow Park Apartments with Mr. Pahl on both August 20th and August 21st.
That is correct.
Detective Fredericks, did you review video then prior to August 20th in your investigation?
Yes.
Why?
Again, we were looking for patterns of movement between Mr. Pahl and Ms. Pavlons.
Okay. And it was clear, based on your review of the video, that Ms. Pavlons was staying at Mr. Pahl's apartment, entering and exiting possibly through different doors.
Yes.
And that was in the days leading up to August 23rd. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, yes.
Give the court reporter a break for my fast talking. table is fixed to switch the input to my computer? Okay. No, I'm good. Detective, we're looking at Exhibit 71 again. This is the first slide. We'll go to slide 2 just to make sure this is the same thing. And here, now I think we're looking at August 20th at 1:33 p.m., right?
That is correct.
Okay, this is slide 3. We're going to go ahead. It's already playing. Oh dear, what did I do? I went to the next slide. I'm so sorry. This is why I shouldn't be allowed to drive. All right, so we're gonna go back here because I went too far forward. I apologize. We're just gonna start. Oh. All right, we are now on slide 3. Okay, pause it at 1:34. Who have you seen enter the screen?
Mr. Pahl.
And what did you observe about what he's doing with the door there?
Well, he utilized his keys to unlock the door to get in, and then as it shut, he sort of stopped it from shutting all the way.
Okay. Start again at 1:34. Pausing here at 1:34, who do you observe entering?
And that would be Stephanie Pavlons.
And what do you note about the possessions that she has with her?
She has a black purse with chains and a cell phone in her left hand.
And what type of clothing is she wearing, if you can tell?
It looks like a black short sleeve t-shirt, black vest, blue jeans, and white tennis shoes.
Okay. You recognize those tennis shoes as tennis shoes that were found on the deceased?
Those look to be the same, yes.
Okay. Start again at 1:34. Pause it at 1:34:44. As Ms. Pavlons went up the stairs, did you observe anything else that she was carrying?
Yes, she had a brown or a tan in color shoulder bag.
Okay. Was that also located at the residence later?
It was.
Okay. We're going to go to the next slide. This is slide number 4. This is actually, there's a typo at the top, but this is August 21st at 4:19 p.m. based on the time counter on the video. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to push play here. Okay. Mr. Pahl has left the screen. What do you observe about the door?
I can see light in the lower right side corner of the door indicating that it's partially open.
Okay. And had you reviewed the video immediately preceding this and observed Mr. Pahl using the same maneuver that he used on the 20th?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, I've paused it at 4:20:05. Now that that other woman unrelated to this has come in the door, what do you observe about the door?
The door is properly secured at this point.
Okay, and she didn't need to use her key to enter that door?
She did not.
All right, we'll start again at 4:20:05. Okay, I've paused it at 4:20:32. What did you see there?
I saw Stephanie Pavlons attempting to open that door, and it was now secured and she was unable to get in.
Okay, and she back off out of view of the camera?
She did.
Okay, we'll push play again. Okay, I've paused here at 4:21:10. What are we observing?
Mr. Pahl exits through the same door and holds it open, allowing Stephanie access and entrance.
It appears that they have no contact. Is that
Correct.
inaccurate?
That is correct.
And what is Ms. Pavlons carrying here?
She again has that black purse with the chains and the tan or brown colored shoulder bag.
And why was it important to note her possessions on the 21st?
Just to see what she was coming and going, what she had with her at that time.
Okay. All right. We're going to go to now slide, well, play it for a little bit longer. Okay, I've stopped it at 4:21:20. Detective, they don't then both walk into the apartment together?
That is correct.
Did that appear to be unusual to you?
I would say that is unusual.
I'm going to go to the next slide, slide 5. Oh, I think it didn't go to slide 5. There we go, slide 5. Now we're on August 23rd at 8:39 a.m. And you were here in court when Detective Seitz talked about these videos as well?
Yes, I was.
Did you also review these videos?
I did.
And why did you want to have reviewed the videos in addition to Detective Seitz?
Because I also wanted to be able to know when Ms. Pavlons was seen last on camera, when she's last seen coming in.
When you and Detective Seitz ultimately reviewed this video for an interview later, did you have more information and details about the investigation as a whole than Detective Seitz?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to start, this is slide 5. This is August 23rd. We're going to start the video. Detective Fredericks, what did you observe about Ms. Pavlons' belongings on that day?
She was leaving with that black purse with the chain on it, as well as the pink water bottle.
Okay. That was at 8:39 a.m.?
That is correct.
Going to slide 6. This is at 8:40 a.m. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Sorry. We'll play here. Stopped it at 8:40. Detective Fredericks, what did you take note of as Mr. Pahl is leaving the apartment?
Well, he's leaving from a different door than Stephanie had left.
Okay. And did you also take note of the possessions or belongings that he's carrying with him?
Yes, he's got a bag with contents in it.
Okay, we'll go to slide 7. This is August 23rd at 11:03 a.m., right, Detective?
That is correct.
Now, I don't see anything in the actual stairwell, so what's significant about this video, particularly where I've paused it?
Well, you're able to see through the glass in the door, the defendant's vehicle is coming eastbound through the parking lot of the apartment complex.
Okay, and can you circle that on your screen? It's pretty hard to see. Okay, how did you know, just based on this video and your knowledge of the case, that that may be the defendant's vehicle?
When we had spoken with Stephanie's parents, and they advised us of her relationship with Matt and potentially where he was living, they let us know that Mr. Pahl has a grayish colored Tacoma pickup truck with a black box over the bed area.
Okay, and so as you look kind of right under the 1103, that's where you see that truck with the box over the bed of the truck?
Yeah, I got a little carried away with my Serpa, but yeah.
That's okay. Madam Clerk, can we please preserve this and then clear the screen? This will be 71A, I believe. Thank you. So we'll play again. Fair to say that at 11:03, that's the first time Mr. Pahl or his vehicle are seen returning to the apartment?
That is accurate.
Okay. Go to slide 8. This is now 8:23 at 11:14 a.m. Okay, I've paused it at 11:14:41. Detective Fredericks, what did you notice about this?
I see Mr. Pahl approaching the door to the apartment complex with a key, and in his left hand and arm he has a blue folder, and between the folder and his chest is a pink water bottle.
What was significant about that?
The pink water bottle was seen earlier that day leaving with Ms. Pavlons.
Okay. Pause it at 11:14:51. Detective Fredericks, important to note that Mr. Pahl's not wearing any sort of walking boot here.
He is not.
Okay. Not using any crutches.
Also correct.
You've reviewed a lot of different videos from this apartment complex from a lot of different views, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if this apartment complex has an elevator?
Yes, it does.
And is that located near the mailboxes?
It is.
In your review of the video, does Mr. Pahl generally use the stairs or the elevator?
I would say by and large, he would use the stairs.
He may occasionally take the elevator with maybe having a lot of possessions or coming with someone else, but your review is that he generally uses this particular door as well?
Correct.
Okay. And what floor does he live on?
He lives on the 3rd floor.
And what apartment number?
317.
Okay, so he would have to go up 3 flights of stairs to get to his apartment?
That is correct.
And we saw him using these stairs on August 20th and August 21st?
Yes,
Okay. And so he'd go enter at the ground floor and go up to the third floor.
yes.
All right, we'll play the next slide, which is slide number 9. This is at 12:19 p.m. Detective Fredericks, at 12:19:28, Mr. Pahl enters a different door. Where does that door go to?
That leads to the mail room.
Okay, and next to the mail area is also the elevators.
Correct.
So Mr. Pahl could have taken the elevator down to that location, correct?
That is correct.
Play again. Okay, and now slide number 9. Oh, we need to go to slide number 10, I'm sorry. Oh. Slide number 10. (12:19:59). Detective, what do you notice about Mr. Pahl in this video?
He's heading outside.
Okay, and is his clothing the same as it was on those videos at 11 o'clock?
His shorts and socks and shoes appear to be the same, but he now has a darker colored shirt on.
Okay. And also, is he carrying any belongings?
I'm sorry, I couldn't tell at that time.
I'll go back a little bit. Starting at 12:19:59.
He is not.
Slide number 11 is now at 12:20 p.m. What are we looking at here?
This would be door number 7 again, and this is showing Mr. Pahl on the sidewalk outside of that door.
And that's the general parking area that we saw in that second slide?
That's correct.
Slide number 12. This is at 12:29. So about 9 minutes have passed from when Mr. Pahl passes the camera to now when we're starting the video. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, Detective, what are we looking at here?
Mr. Pahl is entering the apartment through door 7 using his key, and he also in his left hand has like a shopping style bag with what appears to be Ms. Pavlons' purse.
Okay. How did you make that determination?
We had watched the video several times and stopped it, took screenshots of it, and looked closely and specifically at the contents of that bag.
Are those screenshots and still shots that you made, were those some of the images that were shown to Mr. Pahl during his interview?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to play through the rest of this video first. Okay. Stopped at 12:30:17. Detective Fredericks, when Ms. Pavlons leaves the apartment on August 23rd at approximately 8:39 in the morning, was she ever seen returning to this apartment again?
She was not.
Okay. And you and other members of your department reviewed all of the available surveillance video as Detective Seitz testified to?
We did.
Why did you want to make sure that she wasn't seen on any other date?
because again, we were trying to establish the last known time that she's seen alive.
I'm going to show first for the witness, please, exhibit number 72. Oh, can we put it to the, sorry. So Detective, this is a 3-page document. Let me know when you can see it on your screen.
I can
Okay.
see it.
You recognize this 3-page document?
Yes.
And what does this consist of?
Consists of Stephanie Pavlons leaving the apartment complex at 8:39, dressed in the clothing that she was found in on September 9th, with to include the black purse with the chains. And then the other picture was Mr. Pahl walking in with the purse inside of that shopping bag.
Okay. I'm going to show you exhibit 44. This is the purse that was ultimately recovered from Mr. Pahl's apartment. Is that accurate?
It is.
Okay. And there's also, I guess we haven't really talked much about a vape that's sealed separately. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to open exhibit 44, just the purse compartment area, please. Okay, if you can take that out of the bag. And if you can hold it up by the long strap, please. Could you, make sure the jury can see that. As you reviewed both exhibit 44, the physical purse that was located, and then some of this video, what was significant about the purse and what you saw in the video that made you believe they were the same item?
These metal chains connecting the strap to the purse itself.
Okay. I'm going to move exhibit 72 in evidence and permission to publish.
Objection. All right, 72 is admitted.
Can we zoom in a little bit so these photos are large? One more, please. All right, so Detective Fredericks, in this first page, we see Ms. Pavlons at 8:39, and you see that metal chain on her purse?
Yes.
Okay, if we can go to page 2, please. If we can zoom in a little further on this exhibit. Okay. Now, if you could maybe draw a circle on the screen of what, as you viewed this, was significant to make you believe that was the purse inside of the shopping bag. Okay. Can we please preserve this as 72A? And then could we clear the screen and zoom in a little further? Now, Detective Fredericks, as you look at the physical purse, Exhibit 44, what specifically, can we zoom out a little bit, sorry. What specifically about the chains were you looking for in that plastic bag?
Would you like me to show on the purse?
Yes, please.
So where the chain connects to the purse is a pretty pronounced, I guess, U clamp or clasp that connects it to the leather part of the purse. And this side has a similar one, although it's removable.
Okay. And then if we can go to page 3 of this exhibit. Thank you. Detective Fredericks, did you then, you and other members of the Sheriff's Department, take that image from Mr. Pahl and actually invert it and place it next to her purse?
Somebody else did, yes.
Okay. And you were familiar with all of these images?
Yes.
And were these, not necessarily the comparison, not back to back, but those first 2 images were shown to Mr. Pahl during his interview?
Yes.
Thank you. We can take this down. So once you determine that Ms. Pavlons is seen at the apartment on August 23rd, had your department also endeavored to get some phone records?
Yes.
And based on the phone records of Ms. Pavlons, were there some other, was there another business that you wanted to check for surveillance video to see if Ms. Pavlons had been there?
Yes. We learned that she or her phone had been in the area of the Quick Trip on Gulf Road and Grandview, which is just to the north and west from Mr. Pahl's apartment.
And would that be a logical route to take from Mr. Pahl's apartment to the OAW?
Yes.
So did you, did other members of your department ultimately obtain that video so that you could review it as part of your investigation?
Yes, they did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 95. When you reviewed video from Quick Trip, were you able to determine if Stephanie Pavlons had been present at this store?
Yes.
Okay. Can we go to the next slide, please? Detective Fredericks, do you recognize this?
Yes, this is
Okay.
an outside camera of the Quick Trip on Gulf Road.
Okay, and is this PowerPoint a compilation of the number of videos that you located significant to this investigation?
That is correct.
Okay, I would move Exhibit 95 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection? All right, it's admitted.
So we'll start with slide 2, please. Oh. And what time is this, Detective Fredericks?
8:50 a.m.
Thank you. Okay, we've paused at 8:51:23. Detective, what have you seen on the screen that's significant?
You see Mr. Pahl's truck pulling into a parking stall at that Quick Trip.
Okay. Play again. Detective, who's getting out of the truck?
Stephanie Pavlons.
Okay, and what time is that, if you can see on the time counter?
8:52:38 a.m.
Okay. What? She appeared to be wearing the same clothing that she was in when she left the apartment less than 20 minutes before that?
She is.
Okay. We can go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at here, Detective?
This is inside of the Quick Trip on Gulf Road, the inside of the same facility that we were just looking at the parking lot video for.
Okay, and there's actually 2 different cameras from that Quick Trip that we're looking at simultaneously.
That is correct.
Kind of give us a frame of reference of what we're going to be looking for here.
be looking for Stephanie Pavlons to come in through the doors, which are on the right screen, or the right video frame. So we're looking for her to come into those doors.
Okay, and then ultimately she'll make a payment on the left screen?
That is correct.
All right, so we'll go ahead and play, please. Pause it. Where have we seen Miss Pavlons in the Quick Trip area so far?
Walking through the doors and towards the right side, or the right side of the video frame.
Okay, she's actually just stepped out of view all the way to the right?
That is correct.
Okay, play again, please. Pause, please. Detective Fredericks, do you see Ms. Pavlons in this video now?
I do.
Okay, where is she?
She's to the right, again, on the right frame by that island.
Okay, thank you. Play again, please. Pause, please. So, Detective Fredericks, what are we looking at now?
It's more evident in the video frame on the left, but Stephanie Pavlons is purchasing the items that she selected from within Quick Trip.
Okay. And were you able to obtain a receipt or have any way to know what it was that she purchased from the Quick Trip?
We did, yes.
Okay. And you confirmed that she did, in fact, purchase some items there?
That is correct.
All right. Play again. Detective Fredericks, did it appear that she paid cash for those items?
She did pay cash.
it looks like she exits the store at about 8:55, 45 a.m.
Yes.
Next slide, please. Okay, so by 8:56 a.m., Ms. Pavlons is back inside the vehicle.
That is correct.
Next slide, please. Okay, so you actually reviewed all the video, but this is just some important clips of the video, right?
That is correct.
Because this actually skips now to 9:08:38.
Yes.
And during that time, from 8:56 to 9:08, Ms. Pavlons and Mr. Pahl both remain within the vehicle.
That is true.
Right. Play here, please. Pause, please. Yeah, start over. Detective Fredericks, in that portion of the video that you saw, what was Ms. Pavlons doing?
It looked like she was throwing some garbage away.
Okay, and right before we accidentally started the video over, were you able to see Ms. Pavlons carrying anything else?
I didn't see.
Okay. I don't know if you can, go forward a little bit. There, please. Detective Fredericks, did you see anything in Ms. Pavlons' hair there as she returned to the vehicle?
Yes, she had her pink water bottle with her.
We can pause it here. So Detective Fredericks, the vehicle is leaving the parking stall at 9:10 a.m. Can you give us a frame of reference of what we're going to see next so we know what to look for?
The vehicle exits, drives off to the west in this parking lot, and the exit is pretty much just past where you see the end of the back end of the truck. So the vehicle exits there and then heads north on that service road towards Gulf Road.
Okay, so we'll play again. Okay, and Detective, at about 9:11, the vehicle then enters the Gulf Road area.
Heading west, yes.
Okay. Is that consistent with the direction of OAW?
It is.
Was this the last time that Stephanie Pavlons was ever seen alive on video?
Yes, it is.
So between the time that Ms. Pavlons is identified, a lot of investigation is happening, right?
Yes.
And ultimately on September 17th, your department, along with the assistance of the City of Waukesha Police Department, executed a search warrant at Mr. Pahl's residence at 1001 Delafield.
That's correct.
How does that search warrant, how is that conducted? We heard a little bit from Detective Seitz yesterday in cross-examination about what happened, but you were there, so give us a better detail of what happened.
So once the SWAT team makes contact with Mr. Pahl and gets him in custody, they check the residence, that apartment, his apartment, for anybody else that might be hiding inside. They determine that the scene's what we call safe, meaning that it's okay for the rest of us to go in. And then our identification detective would begin taking pictures of the inside of Mr. Pahl's apartment prior to us searching.
Mr. Galavi's made a big deal about how the SWAT team was used in this case. Is that pretty standard course in a death investigation for a SWAT team or tactical team to be called in to assist?
Yes.
Why?
Based on the nature of the charges, determinations are made from command staff that say this is a high-level investigation. These are serious, violent allegations, and so we'll use the guys with the specialized training and tactics to go in and take him into custody and make the scene safe for us.
Right, you want to make the scene safe. Using these types of resources is important for law enforcement safety as well as Mr. Pahl's safety, right?
That's correct.
You want to make sure that this execution goes as smoothly as possible.
Yes.
And this would be categorized as a high lethality risk for law enforcement that are entering someone's residence. Is that accurate?
Again, based on the charges alleged, yes.
Okay. So when the search warrant is executed, where is Mr. Pahl when the search warrant is actually executed?
He's inside his apartment.
Okay. And did you get any information about what he was doing when law enforcement made contact at the residence?
Yes, we later found out that he was on a telephone with his father.
Okay. And did Mr. Pahl immediately open the door or come out of the residence?
He did not.
Okay. How do those announcements work?
They're extraordinarily loud. They're meant to be heard, and so they repeatedly announce at the door that this is the police and we have a search warrant, and that's repeated over and over until either someone complies and opens the door or they have to force their way in.
Okay, so if someone comes to the door, opens the door, complies, no further action needs to be taken by law enforcement to enter the residence. As far as force, I guess I should say.
Well, that is, yes, there'd be no force used if they comply at the door.
And in this case, what happened?
There was a delay before he came to the door.
Okay. And so once law enforcement's in, you said Detective LaFleur or other members of the Identification Bureau will first start by taking photographs.
That's correct.
At what point do you then begin searching the apartment?
Once all the initial photographs, they're called entry photographs, once those are all taken, and then detectives will then be assigned a room or a portion of a room and begin searching.
And even though this may be a small apartment unit, it takes a lot of detectives to search every nook and cranny of an apartment, right?
Yes.
And so the number of detectives that are there is really just meant to speed up the process?
It is.
Okay. Does every detective that's within the residence know all the details of the case?
No.
What are they generally told before the search warrant takes place?
They're advised of the nature of the investigation, that we have a search warrant, and what items we're looking to find and then seize.
In this particular search warrant, what were you guys looking for?
We had a search warrant for electronics, as well as notes and paper containing, any documents containing passwords, things of that nature.
Why did you want to seize Mr. Pahl's electronics?
It's a very typical item to seize because everybody does their entire lives on their phone. Everybody communicates with their phone, puts in GPS coordinates into their phone when they're going places. And so phones contain a tremendous amount of information that give us insight into people's movements and day-to-day activities, who they're talking to and when.
When you executed that search warrant, were you also looking for anything that might have belonged to Stephanie or give you any information about her whereabouts?
Yes.
Okay. As the search warrant progresses, you found, other members of the department found Exhibit 44, that purse, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now I want to go through the contents of the purse. If you have Exhibit 44 there, can you open the purse and tell us what's inside of the purse?
Yes. There are 2 pill bottles. Would you like me to pull the contents out?
Yes, please.
There are 2 pill bottles that have some medications in them.
Okay, I want to stop you right there before we proceed. Can you tell me what each of those, the smaller bottle first, what is that for?
It says it is
Maybe spell it.
DICLOFENAC.
Diclofenac?
That's correct.
Okay, and when was that filled?
That was filled.
Maybe it doesn't say on the bottle.
It was dispensed on 7/16 of 2022.
Okay, and what about the larger bottle?
This one is TOPIRAMATE.
And when was that dispensed?
It was dispensed on 5/13/2022.
Okay. Ultimately, you later went back in your investigation and actually accounted for the number of pills that were in each of those bottles.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember off the top of your head how many pills were located?
I do not.
Okay, we will come back to that. Can you tell me what the quantity, while you have those, each of the bottles started with?
Quantity for the one starting with the letter T is 270.
Okay.
And the one with the letter D was 180 quantity.
Okay. What else was in the purse?
This would be a vape cartridge, Delta 8 cartridge it says. And Wisconsin Quest card and Wisconsin driver's license for Stephanie Pavlons.
Okay. Can you tell me when that driver's license was issued?
June 16th, 2021.
And what is Ms. Pavlon's height and weight listed on her driver's license?
5'5", 118 pounds.
Okay.
There's a Office Depot Rewards card. This is another driver's license for Stephanie Pavlons.
Okay. What date was that one issued?
3/18/2019.
Okay.
Small pair of scissors. Look like bifocal style reading glasses. A pen. The ring. The cross. A Band-Aid. Hair tie. Shopco optical case for those glasses, probably. Blue pen. Another vape cartridge. Vape itself. Another hair tie. Hand sanitizer. And wallet. Lots of cards.
Sure. And your department previously went through the contents of the wallet, right?
So,
Okay. I want to ask you about the Quest card that's located. What is a Quest card for those that may not know?
So I think this is for her for obtaining food. It's like a credit card for food.
Okay, like a food benefits card?
Food benefits card would be more accurate.
Okay. Now, I'm sorry, I asked you to take all those things out. We don't need to look at any of those other things now. I just wanted to know the contents. There was also a vape that was packaged together with the purse there in the plastic still, right?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that vape.
That's a blue, I'm going to hold this up.
Yes, please.
So this is a blue vape, I don't know if it says in it, Posh. Yep, Posh vape. And that is the same style and brand name as the green vape that was found at the scene of where Ms. Pavlons was located.
Okay, thank you. You can place all the contents back in the purse. We don't need to look through those unless counsel, do you want any of those contents left out? Okay.
Just, if you want to just ask him, so he doesn't have to bring it out again, the address on the driver's license,
I have 2 driver's licenses.
the addresses?
You want me to read them, you said?
Yeah.
Both driver's licenses have 715 Division Street in Delafield.
And that's where Georgianne and Richard Pavlons live?
That's correct.
Detective, also at the residence of significance to your investigation was Exhibit 43, the pink water bottle, right?
That is correct.
I don't need you to open this up, but it was your belief, based on review of the surveillance video, both at Quick Trip and Willow Park Apartments, that this was the same water bottle that Ms. Pavlons was carrying on August 23rd,
Yes, ma'am.
and then seen by Mr. Pahl carrying in.
That is correct.
All right. I'm also going to show you first I'm going to show you Exhibit 21. You talked about the vape that's seen here in Exhibit 44 being similar to the vape found at the scene. Exhibit 21 is the vape that was found at the scene, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what tells you that those are similar in style or type?
They're both made by Posh brand, and they're both, while different colors, are the same, essentially the same.
Shape?
Thank you. Yes, shape.
Okay. I'm going to show you now Exhibit 42. These were the pill bottles that were located within that stein near the closet at Mr. Pahl's apartment, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. What are those prescriptions for? And maybe if you could tell us, read the labels, who they're prescribed to and the dates.
They were the first one is alprazolam, prescribed to Stephanie Pavlons. It was written on 8/23/22 and dispensed on 8/24/22.
Okay. What about the other bottle?
This one's also for Stephanie Pavlons. It's oxycodone. Quantity is 45. And this shows that it was dispensed on 8/17/2022.
And what was the quantity you said?
45.
And each of those bottles, do they have any remaining pills in them?
They were empty.
They were empty when they were located within the stein.
Correct.
And the alprazolam, you said it was dispensed on 8/24?
No, it said, yes, I'm sorry. 8/23 is when it was written, dispensed on 8/20.
Okay, and that would have been after Stephanie Pavlons was last seen alive?
Correct.
Did you say the quantity on the alprazolam? If you did, I didn't catch it.
120.
Okay. So based on what you found in the apartment, it was clear that some additional investigation was going to need to be followed up on regarding prescription medications, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, also within the apartment, you located the victim, Stephanie Pavlon's cell phone, right?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 46. What is this?
This is The phone has been identified as Stephanie Pavlons inside of a case and like a belt clip.
And ultimately, that was later forensically examined?
Yes,
Okay, so you collected that to do some later investigation.
yes.
Did you also collect an iPad from the apartment that belonged to Ms. Pavlons?
Yes.
Why do you want to collect an iPad? I know it's a little different than a cell phone, but tell us what you might be looking for on an iPad.
We'd really be looking for the same type of applications on an iPad and a cell phone are substantially the same, if not the exact same ones. And so maybe there's things deleted from the cell phone that now reside on the iPad or vice versa.
Okay, and this is Exhibit 45. This is the item that belonged to Ms. Pavlons?
Correct.
Okay. Within the bathroom, there was some scalpels that were discussed that may have evidentiary value. Why was that?
The scalpels that were located in the bathroom of Mr. Pahl's apartment were of the same color and style as the scalpel that was recovered at the scene.
Okay, I'm going to show you both Exhibit 20 and Exhibit 41. You can first hold them up for the jury to see, please.
Together?
Yeah, sure, individually. So Exhibit 20, where was that located?
This would have been from the scene.
Okay, so if you can hold that up for the jury to see. And then the other scalpels that were located at the apartment, what exhibit is that?
41.
Okay. Okay, and just based on a visual review, you believe that those were the same or similar scalpels?
Correct.
After the search of Mr. Pahl's apartment, his truck was also seized during that time, right?
Yes.
And it was ultimately towed, you heard Detective LaFleur's testimony, to a secure location so that you could process that later.
Yes.
Why would you not process that before your interview with Mr. Pahl and kind of all at the same time as the apartment?
It would have been determined also that we were going to request the assistance of the Racine County Sheriff's Department. They have an investigator at that agency who is a dog. The dog is specifically trained in, it's referred to as a cadaver dog. So some dogs are trained in narcotics and things like that. This cadaver dog is trained to alert on the presence of the scent given off from a deceased person.
Why did you determine, or your agency determine, that that might be a helpful tool in this investigation?
We still were not 100%, not 100% clear as to where the assault would have happened, or if there was a struggle and Ms. Pavlons was deceased inside of Mr. Pahl's vehicle. We didn't know at that point.
Okay, important to cover all of your bases in an investigation like this?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You also, we heard from Mr. Johnson from the crime lab that he came out and actually processed the vehicle himself. That was because your department requested that, right?
Yes.
So next on September 17th, you and Detective Seitz conduct an interview with Mr. Pahl, right?
That is correct.
And we watched all of those videos yesterday. We're not going to watch them again today, but I want to talk to you about some of the inconsistencies that you might have observed during that video. When you first started speaking with Mr. Pahl, could he immediately tell you where he had last seen her?
No.
And when I say her, I should clarify, Ms. Pavlons.
No, he could not.
Did that seem unusual to you?
It did.
And how did that, I guess, play into the kinds of questions and how you set up that interview?
Well, it was determined that we wanted to hear from Mr. Pahl as to his information or his knowledge of the last time he had seen Stephanie. Again, to find out what he might know as to where she was last seen, what she might have been doing when they were last together.
Okay. And in fact, it was about, you heard Detective Seitz testify, it was about 27 minutes into the interview before he finally told you that he last saw Stephanie when he was at OAW, right?
There was some time from the beginning until the time he mentioned OAW.
And every time you asked him about where he had last seen Stephanie or where they had last been together, what was the myriad of his responses?
He would often go back to the fact that she was on several different kinds of medications, that she had seizures, and she had a history of being suicidal and running off into the woods.
When you start that investigation, or sorry, that interview with Mr. Pahl, you did not tell him that Ms. Pavlons was dead.
No.
Why not?
Again, we wanted to sort of take I would call it a soft approach, and just have him tell us what he knew. Tell us, when's the last time you saw her, what was she doing, what was happening, and so we just wanted to tell him, hey, she's missing, and tell us when you last saw her, where she might have been going.
When you start that interview with Mr. Pahl, had you decided that Mr. Pahl was already guilty?
No.
Why not?
We were still actively working the investigation. He was a part of the investigation, for sure, and based on what we knew, he was likely the last person at that point that we knew that was with her.
Okay, and so you're just trying to find out what could have happened after she's seen on video on August 23rd?
That is correct.
So early on in the interview, Mr. Pahl claims that he found Stephanie's purse on September 6th, I believe it was.
That's correct.
He didn't give you that specific date, but later in your investigation, were you able to determine what date it was?
We were.
Okay. So when he tells you this about the purse, what were some inconsistencies about the purse that he told you?
Well, I believe he first said they found it in the back seat, and he also said that it was in the front seat on the floor. And I think he kind of went back and forth a couple of times as to where that purse was.
Okay. He also admitted to you that it was the black purse earlier on in the interview, right?
When asked, he did say that it was a black purse.
Very difficult to get Mr. Pahl to actually answer the questions that you asked, right?
It was.
Long, winding road to get to just a few simple answers.
Yes, ma'am.
What about his phone, or Stephanie's phone? What did Mr. Pahl say about Stephanie's phone that appeared to be inconsistent with your investigation?
Well, he started off by telling us that Stephanie had, prior to going into his appointment at OAW, he said, I'll text you when I get in there, or I'll text you. And she responded to him and said, I left my phone at home. He then said that when he came out, she was gone, and he thought maybe she had called her mom to give her a ride. And we knew through the investigation at that point that Stephanie's phone had traveled with Matt and Matt's phone to OAW, and that Stephanie's phone and Matt's phone traveled back to Mr. Pahl's apartment.
And that ultimately Stephanie Pavlons did not, again, enter the apartment.
Correct.
Okay. He actually said even earlier in the investigation, well, she's got her phone, so she's fine, right?
Yes.
And then later changes the story to she doesn't have her phone.
Correct. He said he found it at the apartment later.
And he admits to actually using her phone while the phone is at his apartment with him, right?
Yes.
It was quite a while into the interview before he says, you know, I think the day that she took off was that day I had my appointment, right?
Yes.
And what was his version of what happens on August 23rd?
He said that he went in for his appointment at OAW. When he came out, she was gone. And again, he stated that he figured that her mom or parents had picked her up, and he stated that he drove up and down the road looking for her.
Okay. You said that at this point you've already reviewed some of her phone records. Was the defendant seen on the phone records driving up and down looking for her?
The phone records did not indicate that.
Okay. Now, had you had an opportunity to previously talk to Georgianne and Richard Pavlons about Stephanie's habits, carrying her phone, carrying her purse?
Yes.
And you've heard Georgianne testify that Stephanie would always have her phone, right?
That is true.
So based on Mr. Pahl's statements to you, you were finding some inconsistencies in his statements.
We did.
Mr. Pahl told you that she had a habit of taking off into the woods, right?
He did.
And he actually told you about a time in the Dells just recently that had happened, right?
Yes.
Did you contact law enforcement agencies in the area of the Dells to find out if there'd been any sort of police report?
I myself did not. Detective Plennis had contacted all of the sheriff's departments and local police departments in the area of the Dells to see if they had any information on a Stephanie Pavlons in recent history, and all responded negatively.
Okay, and ultimately that also didn't match up with the testimony of Georgianne, right?
Correct.
Judge, I don't object to that last statement. It was a misstatement of testimony. Georgianne indicated she could not remember if Stephanie had gone into the woods.
Cross-examinations for. No, I'll overrule the objection.
At some point, I think it's about an hour into the interview, Mr. Pahl first mentions finding a note in the car.
He does.
What was that about?
He tells us that he had found something at the car wash and that he figured we already had it since we had his truck. And he also tells us that he read the note that he found, shared the note with his father. His interpretation to his, being Mr. Pahl's interpretation to us of that note, was that it was not a life-threatening letter.
And at this point, the car hasn't been searched, right?
Correct.
So you really don't know what he's talking about when he keeps saying, well, you found the note, you know what I'm talking about, right?
We told him many times that we had not been a part of any search of his vehicle.
So at the time that you're doing the interview, all you know is what Mr. Pahl tells you.
Yes.
He also made some statement if he had found the purse and the note together, that would have really worried him, right?
He did.
Okay. What was inconsistent about that statement and what he'd already told you?
Well, he had said that he found the purse and the note at the same time when he was cleaning his truck at the car wash. And then he later told us that had he seen the note and the purse together, that would have triggered him to call the police.
And Mr. Pahl never called the police, right?
We have no indication that he did.
The first contact that Mr. Pahl has with law enforcement is on the day that you execute the search warrant at his house and ultimately interview him, right?
Yes.
Mr. Pahl admitted in the interview that he had actually not only used her phone, but actually had seen some text messages on Stephanie's phone, right?
Yes.
He talked about seeing a prescription was ready.
Yes.
Okay. And would that be consistent with one of the prescriptions that was located in that stein?
Yes.
Repeatedly throughout the interview, Mr. Pahl says he has a really bad feeling, right?
Words to that effect, yes.
Does he ever clarify with you what he has a bad feeling about?
No.
Tell me about when you and Detective Seitz show Mr. Pahl those screenshots of the video, his demeanor, and what his reaction was.
Well, initially he told us that it was not a purse. He indicated that it was clothing in there. Detective Seitz showed him, I think, maybe a more zoomed-in photo from his phone. And then Mr. Pahl became irritated, for sure, at it, and maintained that it was not, in fact, Stephanie's purse, that it was clothes from his truck.
He even says that's not going to prove anything, right?
Twice he told us that. Yes.
He also tells you that he had an appointment at OAW on September 9th.
Yes,
And later you were able to confirm that was true, right?
that is correct.
But a lot of what he asked you about, and he was asking you a lot of questions, was what was going on at OAW on September 9th, right?
Yes.
Did your detective sites ever indicate to him that your questions related to Stephanie had anything to do with the scene that occurred on September 9th at OAW?
I don't believe we did.
So we talked about how the crime lab searched the car and ultimately did find a note underneath the front passenger floor mat, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you. Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 177. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the styrofoam square that was recovered from underneath the floor mat passenger side of Mr. Pahl's truck.
And that was directly on top of the note that was also located?
Yes.
Initially, that was not recovered, right? You went back to the car and recovered that?
Yes.
When you say it's a piece of foam, tell me a little bit more about it.
What? I mean, it's a piece of styrofoam. It looks like something that would be, I can't tell if it is, but it's either something that would go in a bigger envelope to protect pictures or something along those lines.
Okay. Odd place for it to be, fair to say?
True.
Okay. Then you also locate Exhibit 53 is covered by the crime lab, right?
Yes.
And that's the note?
Yes.
Can you read that note in the plastic, or do you need to remove that?
Oh, I can read it.
Okay. Could you please read that for the jury?
I hate you. I hate being blamed for
Can you
shit.
slow down a little bit?
Sorry. I hate you. I hate being blamed for shit I didn't do. I'm done being used, abused, and taken for granted. All you care about is yourself and what you can use people for. My parents are the same way. I'm not allowed to speak my mind around you, drive, spend money, or even feel good. Karma came back to you to cause you your foot injury, not me. So be with your virgin, because I'm done, and keep the fucking money. It's what you've done best. PIN for card 4488, PIN for phone 6103. By the way, my parents wanted me to get a job so I could get a car.
No date on that note, right?
Correct.
Based on the context of your investigation, you can assume that that note was written sometime after Matt injured his foot?
Yes.
Okay. But that's really the only date range that note can provide you, right?
Yes.
Also, we've heard that there was a lot of swabs collected from the car and a lot of things that were sent to the crime lab. As one of the lead investigators, it was your job to determine what things would be sent and what order, right?
Yes.
You also needed to send a standard for Stephanie to the crime lab so that they could test any substance, anything that they found against her DNA profile, right?
That is correct.
Did that become very challenging in this investigation?
It did.
Tell me why.
We didn't have any samples that historically we would be able to send in. We didn't have those type of samples in this case.
So tell me what a typical sample would be from someone that's alive.
Blood, saliva, things like bodily fluids.
usually you might take a buccal swab, the inside of someone's cheek, to
Yes.
send to the crime lab.
Right.
And in this case, Dr. Shield testified there was no blood from Stephanie, right? And there really wasn't any tissue that could provide DNA evidence.
Correct.
Did you consult with the crime lab to find out what type of specimen you might be able to provide them so they could give you a DNA?
We did, yes.
And what did you ultimately send to the crime lab?
I believe we sent fingernails and a portion of a patella.
Okay, in addition to the scalp or hair that was ultimately tested by
Right.
DNA analyst Klein.
Yes.
Okay. And unfortunately, none of those substances were either used by the lab or could be tested for DNA.
Correct.
So as we heard from Detective Seitz, Mr. Pahl actually walks out of that interview room on September 17th, right? Your investigation continues?
Yes.
So what things do you start looking into next after your interview with Mr. Pahl?
We start looking at banking records, social media accounts. We looked into life insurance policy or policies, any contact that either Ms. Pavlons or Mr. Pahl had recently, who these folks might be and in what context.
And so you and Detective Plennis, as the lead investigator, who the jury hasn't seen yet, right? You're splitting up those duties, trying to decide who's going to do what.
Yes.
One of the next things that you do is you obtain some prescription drug records for both Stephanie Pavlons and Mr. Pahl, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay. I'm going to show you Exhibit 97. So first I'm going to show you Exhibit 97 for the witness first, please. Would you like me to take some of those items?
Well, I just wanted to get away from the screen. Thank you.
Can you see that on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, and if we scroll down to the second page, what are we looking at here?
So this is the records that describe which medications that Stephanie Pavlons had prescriptions for. It tells you the type of drug it is, quantity, the dates that it was prescribed, dispensed, and sold, who the prescriber or the doctor is, where it was dispensed, meaning like Pick and Save Pharmacy or Walgreens, who the patient is, and then address that's listed for the patient as well as their type of payment.
Okay, and these records are something you actually request from an entity within the state, right?
Yes.
And these are records that are really meant to track drugs that are commonly abused, right?
Yes, opioids.
So this isn't going to be a full prescription record for every run-of-the-mill, over-the-counter prescription that someone obtains, right?
Correct.
And these records are specific to Ms. Pavlons?
Yes.
Okay. I would move admission of Exhibit 97 and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, it's admitted and you may publish.
So we're going to start on the first page, please. So, Detective, at the top I see Ms. Pavlon's name and then a map. What's the significance of the map?
It says it's prescription history location, so it's showing where on the map her prescriptions are picked up.
And these records are available to law enforcement to assist in investigations, right?
Yes, they are.
Okay, if we can scroll to page 2, please. So at the top here, can you list that first, if we could zoom in a little, it's a little hard to see. That first prescription, the details of that.
It is alprazolam 1 milligram tablet. The drug class is benzodiazepine. The quantity shows 120 pills for 30 days. Prescribed 8/23/22. Dispensed 8/24/22. Sold 8/25/22. The prescriber is listed as Francis McCann. Dispenser would be Pick and Save Pharmacy, Sunset Drive, Waukesha. Patient is Stephanie Pavlons, having an address in the city of Waukesha, and that it was purchased with Medicare.
Okay. When you reviewed these records and saw that first prescription in particular, what did you do with that information?
I drafted, I think it was a warrant for records or a subpoena to Kroger, which is the parent company of Pick and Save, to get records related to her prescriptions being dispensed and sold at that location.
Okay. Why did you want to get more information about them being dispensed and filled?
Because we believe that Stephanie was deceased on August 23rd, 2022, and somebody had picked her medications up on August 25th, 2022. We additionally wanted to know from Kroger who it is that was picking those medications up.
Okay. I'm going to show just first for the witness, Exhibit 98. These are the records for Mr. Pahl. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay, and if you can scroll down to page 2, please. These list any commonly abused prescriptions provided to Mr. Pahl?
Yes,
Okay, is this a true and accurate depiction of the records you received?
it is.
Can I please move Exhibit 98 into evidence and permission to publish?
Any objection?
No, sir, did you say abused?
They're commonly abused.
Abused or abused?
She said abuse.
Judge, may I ask that question be stricken from the record? I mean, classifying the drugs that Mr. Pavlons takes as drugs that Mr. Pahl takes as being abused is inappropriate.
Judge, these are the records that are obtained through the PDMP.
I'll overrule the objection. Yeah. Have your witness explain what those initials mean.
Sure. So, Detective, what does PDMP stand for?
It's the Prescription Drug Monitoring Program.
And what's the purpose of that program?
They're monitoring the type of medications being dispensed and the types that are most often abused.
Okay, so they're keeping records of these, but they're not keeping records of all medications that are being dispensed to every person in the state.
Correct.
I would move admission and permission to publish.
Objection.
Right, 98's admitted. You may publish.
So looking at this, Mr. Pahl was prescribed alprazolam and oxycodone. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
And if we could just look at, sorry, can we go back to the top? Nope. Sorry.
Where you were.
Where we were. A little farther down. Thank you. So looking at that first record for alprazolam, that was dispensed on 9/8 and sold on 9/8, right?
Correct.
And the next oxycodone was dispensed on 9/6 and sold on 9/6?
Yes.
Okay. So based on these records, you said you wanted to determine more information about Stephanie Pavlons' prescription records, right?
Yes.
Okay. You ultimately drafted a warrant and then obtained the records back from Kroger?
Yes, I did.
Showing just for the witness, please, Exhibit 99. If we can scroll down, please. Detective, do you recognize what we're looking at here?
Yes, those are the records requested from Kroger for Stephanie Pavlons.
Okay, can we go back to page 2, please? What was significant about the records that you received?
Regarding these records?
This particular page of the records.
These were
I'm going to direct your attention to the bottom of the page.
the person picking up the prescriptions.
Okay. And is this a true and accurate copy of the records you received, just I guess an excerpt of the records you received from Kroger?
Yes.
Okay, I would move Exhibit 99 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
99 is admitted, you may publish.
So, Detective, tell us what we're looking at the bottom of the screen that was significant in your investigation.
Well, it shows that Matthew Pahl picked up her medications, and it's listed as relationship to patient other.
Okay, and what date and time did he pick up that prescription?
8/24. 8/24/2022 is the fill date.
And looking right above the gray box.
I'm sorry, 8/25/2022 at 4:17
Eastern time.
Yep.
Okay. Was that one of the prescriptions that you actually located empty within the apartment in that Stein?
Yes.
And this record indicates that Mr. Pahl was the individual that picked up the prescription, right?
That's correct.
Based on the PDMP records, there was a lot of information about the doctors that Ms. Pavlons saw.
Yes.
Were you able to then also obtain some medical request some medical records for some of those doctors listed on her prescription drug history?
Yes, we did.
You requested records from Dr. McCann,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
You requested records from Dr. Rochelle, right?
Yes.
And through the review of those records, did you learn of an additional doctor that you wanted to obtain records from?
Yes.
Who was that?
Dr. Ubel.
And what was his specialty?
He was ear, nose, and throat specialist.
Okay.
And how do you spell that name?
Sorry.
Not your fault.
Ubell.
Thank you.
Thank you, Detective. As part of your investigation, did you want to look for all relevant healthcare records that you could find that might assist in your investigation?
Yes, we did.
Why particularly in this case were you interested in healthcare records?
Because oftentimes patients will discuss with their provider things happening in their life, what things that may be causing or be contributing to whatever ailment that they're being seen for. And so we were interested in finding out if any of these doctors had written any notes relative to any of their interactions with Stephanie Pavlons.
Okay. Now, in March of 2023, that's when you make contact with Mr. Pahl again, right?
You said March of 2023, yes.
Okay. Why did you make contact with him then? Did you need to obtain a DNA standard from him?
We had obtained a search warrant for DNA sample from Mr. Pahl, from Matthew Pahl.
Okay, and you ultimately obtained that and then sent to the crime lab?
That is correct.
Judge, I think this would be a good time to break in my testimony, if that's okay with the court.
All right, let's do that. It is 11:53. 1 second, I have to check. All right, folks, please come back such that you are ready to go at 1:30 because I have to take up another case at 1:15. And I apologize for letting that get in the way, but if you come back at 1:30, okay? Anything else before we excuse the jurors?
No, Judge.
State, defense?
No, sir, thank you.
All right, very good. All rise, we will carry. All right, have a seat, everybody. All right, you can step down.
Thank you.
We'll leave those exhibits right there. Anything before we break from the state?
No, Judge.
Anything before we break from the defense?
No, sir, thank you.
Okay, very good. We'll see you then. Okay, again, I have, you can leave your things right where you're at, okay? Is our 115 in custody? We'll just have them sit towards the back. All right, very good. Thank you. You can leave everything right there. Or that they were in the cafeteria, that he observed one of the people who's present in the courtroom, the woman who's to my left in the courtroom now, speaking to one of our jurors. And I don't know who that woman is. Does anybody know? Do you know Mr. Wolf?
I know that she's here. She knows Mr. Pahl. That's all I know. I don't know her particular relationship at all.
Ma'am, can you tell me your name, please?
Kelly Webster?
Kelly Webster? All right. And I think the juror that Ms. Webster was speaking to is Ms. Badalski. And I think we should probably voir dire her. And I'm going to ask Ms. Webster for the moment to step out of the courtroom. I will probably have you come back in a second, okay? All right, bring her in. Actually, Ms. Webster, I want you to stay here for just a second, so I want her to see who you are, all right? I appreciate that. One of you guys, can you clear? Go ahead, ma'am, have a seat. Thank you. Have a seat. I want to confirm you are Diane Badalski, right?
Yes.
One of our jurors. Ms. Badalski, do you see that woman in the back of the room over there? To my left? Way back of the room?
Yeah.
Okay. And if she could step out now, please, ma'am. Ms. Badalski, did she talk to you over the lunch hour?
I had taken my, and actually I couldn't see her very well because I'd taken my contacts out, and I sat down in one of the chairs to rest my eyes.
Okay.
And I did ask her if I started snoring to please poke me, which I did. Because I get more vision if I physically rest my eyes.
Okay.
And then I pulled out my crocheting and she asked what I was making.
Okay.
And I told her, and she offered the picture on her phone. I did not, I looked at it and just said, it was of another project that her daughter.
A crocheting project?
Yeah.
Okay. Did she at any time say anything about this case?
No.
Mr.
And
Pahl
I saw she did not have a juror sticker on, so was, very careful to not indicate what case I was a juror on.
Okay,
So.
all right. Anybody from the state have any questions for him?
No, Judge.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. I intend on asking Ms. Webster this, essentially the same question. Do you think I need to put her under oath, anyone?
No, sir.
Not under the
All right, Ms. Webster, thank you for coming back. Can you give her a microphone, please? If you'd step up. And, ma'am, can you again tell me, you're Kelly Webster, right?
Correct.
All right. And you're here on behalf of Mr. Pahl or somebody that knows him?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see us bring the juror in who was here?
Yes.
Did you talk to her over the lunch hour?
Just about knitting and crocheting.
Okay.
She asked me if she fell asleep just to wake her up.
Okay. And did she at any time, you showed her something, a picture?
A picture of an Afghan my daughter made for me.
Okay, all right. Did you at any time talk about Mr. Pahl or the case or anything?
Nope, I have no reason to.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Right. All right, anything from the state?
No.
Anything, Mr. Galaviz or Mr. Wolf?
No, sir.
Okay, so it seems to me to have been a pretty much innocuous and discussion, and not anything that it has any anything bad about it or anything that would interfere with anybody's ability to be a juror in this matter. That's what the finding I'm going to make. I don't intend on taking any action. And Ms. Webster, I appreciate your honesty, and the public is always welcome in these trials. I'm going to just tell you and ask you, if you see anybody with a juror sticker on them, stay away from them, okay? We don't want to have to do this, to ask anybody, to single out anybody, to ask about what they said. It's just better and safer that way. And I expect both on each side of the aisle here, whether you're here on behalf of Ms. Pavlons or excuse me, or Mr. Pahl, don't talk to any jurors. Just stay away from them. That's the safest thing to do, okay? And I know your professionals have warned the family as such, correct, Ms. Gordon?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. And I know Mr. Galaviz and Mr. Wolf would. I'd expect the same of them if anyone's here. So with that, I'm going to bring the jurors back, all right? And Detective Frederick, you can come back up, sir.
All rise for the jury.
All right, thank you very much, everybody. Have a seat, please. All right, all 14 jurors are back, and thank you very much. Hope you had a good lunch. And Detective Frederick is still on the witness stand. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. Detective Fredericks, before we move on to the later stages of the investigation, I wanted to ask you about a few additional exhibits that we didn't get to in the morning. If I can show first, well, I'm going to show Detective Fredericks Exhibit 205 and 206, which are photos from the crime lab search. Okay, so I would move 205 and 206 into evidence, please, and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, 205 and 206 are photos and will be admitted.
Detective, this is a photo that was taken by the crime lab, right?
It is.
And what section of the car are these items taken from?
It says driver side.
Okay. And 206? These are also taken from Mr. Pahl's vehicle?
Yes.
And what was significant to you in your investigation that was shown in these two photographs?
Excuse me. He has a number of like Walmart-style garbage bags in there.
Okay, so I see a pick and save bag there, and then you said some Walmart-style. Are those the gray bags you see?
Correct.
Okay. Grocery bags. Why was that significant to your investigation?
Well, that was a style bag that we saw the purse being brought in by Mr. Pahl later.
Okay. If I can show you Exhibit 207, please, another photograph. Any objection? I'd move to admit and permission to publish.
Right, any objection?
No, sir.
All right, go ahead then, they're admitted.
Detective, it looks like we're seeing some clothing items. Can you tell us what kind of clothing items we're looking at here?
I see a part of what looks like a flannel shirt and then a black leather vest.
And these were found where?
In Mr. Pahl's, excuse me, Mr. Pahl's apartment.
Okay, during the first search warrant on September 17th of 2022?
Correct.
All right. What was significant about that flannel or that vest?
Those were the items that Ms. Pavlons was wearing on, I believe it was August 20th, when she's seen on the Willow Park surveillance video.
Okay. I specifically asked you during that surveillance video what she was wearing, and I recall you saying a vest. Do you believe that's the same vest?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. All right. So when we left off, you talked about you'd gotten a lot of medical records. You and Detective Plennis had been working to obtain all sorts of records from a lot of different entities. Between September 17th of 2022 and September 18th of 2023, did your investigation into this death continue?
It did.
Why did the investigation continue so long?
There was a lot of unknowns in the investigation. There was a lot of records, cell phone records, social media records that needed to be reviewed and gone through. And so that takes a tremendous amount of time to go through those records.
Throughout that year time frame, were you also consulting with the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And did it take quite some time for Dr. Shield to come to any sort of opinion or conclusion about the cause and manner of death in this case?
Yes, it did.
Did that contribute to the length of the investigation?
Yes.
Okay. At some point in that year time frame, did you learn that Mr. Pahl had actually left the United States?
Yes, we did.
How did that factor into your investigation?
Well, we had learned that he had left and was out of country for 3 months in the early part of 2023, and so we were concerned that he may again leave and may not return.
And so ultimately, what happens that starts to move this investigation into a prosecution in September of 2022?
Well, we had learned from the medical examiner her position, her findings with regards to manner and cause, what it was going to be, and we were just at a point where we felt after going through the records that we had that we were at a place where we felt now was the time to effect the rest.
Okay. And so on September 18th of 2023, what did you do?
We were monitoring Mr. Pahl's apartment to see when he was coming outside and when he was going to leave so that we could apprehend him outside of his apartment.
Where was he living in September of 2023?
At the Willow Park Apartments.
Same apartment number?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you do?
Like I stated, we had sat outside or across the street, in fact, and monitored the doors, the entryways, that door number 7. We had a bit of a view of door number 4 from where we were at. And so we just watched to see when he would come out.
And what happened next?
He came out.
So what did you do?
We pulled up. Mr. Pahl was getting on or about to get on a bicycle. And we informed him that he was under arrest, and we took him into custody.
Okay. Did you record that whole time that you were in contact with him on September 18th of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And have you listened to that recording since then?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to play for you Exhibit 103, just a small clip so you can identify that. You start. Start at the... Yes, please.
What were you doing, circling the parking lot, waiting for me to come out?
Okay, you can stop. Detective Fredericks, do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is this?
That is a recording of the beginning of our contact with Mr. Pahl.
Okay, and whose voice was that we heard?
That was Mr. Pahl's.
Okay, I would move Exhibit 103 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, 103 is admitted, and you may publish.
So we can start again, Ms. Gussie, at 40 seconds. And if you can turn the volume, I don't know if maybe the courtroom can turn the volume up a little bit. Okay.
they're cleaning the parking lot, waiting for me to come out.
Start cleaning the parking lot at that kind of time.
How the hell could I just come out? I just came out. It just came out.
Yeah. Got lucky.
Got lucky.
Got lucky, you got unlucky.
I'm not worried about anything. I'm absolutely worried about nothing.
Matt, your date of birth was 6/11/68, right?
Yep. You got faith on your side, and you know you didn't do nothing. You guys are gonna have to.
Hey, it's fine.
What you're doing.
Okay.
You're gonna have to say.
Is that what you think?
That's what I know.
Okay.
I know.
Okay. Sorry. In case I was second lock these so they don't tighten up on you, can you swing your legs? There you go. And that one. You're good.
Okay, and then we stopped at 159. We're going to skip forward, starting at 223.
I just don't know how you go by just because of what the Pavlons say or because of what the Pavlons family says. You know, it's
got so very little to do with that, man.
Oh, it's got everything to do with that because I know for a fact what I did and what I didn't do.
Gotcha.
Okay, I'm not going to be. You're not going to do inception on me by planting thoughts in my head with things I didn't do.
You think we're planting thoughts in your head?
I'm not trying to be addicted. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. I read the paper. I understand that DOJ's in Illinois, DOJ's in Michigan, rounding up a lot of detectives for putting people away on fabricating shit. Okay, that's all over the place.
I'm not worried.
That's all over the place.
I'm not worried about that.
Well, I don't know what I'm being arrested for.
Well,
what could
what
could I possibly be arrested for? I didn't do anything.
I understand what you're saying, and I'm not worried about DOJ doing any kind of roundups. Got nothing to do with me.
Oh, I think eventually DOJ is going to be in this state. I mean, I think eventually.
It's possible.
I think eventually.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. I'm not worried about it personally.
I mean, I'm just telling you what's going on. This shit is real. I mean, it was just on the news this weekend with the Innocence Project about how many people are getting charged and convicted for shit they don't do.
Gotcha.
You think the way I'm here? Do I act like I'm guilty?
People act different ways, different
Oh, yeah,
times,
I
you
know
what
that.
I mean?
Trust me, I know that.
Yeah.
And detectives do different things different ways too.
That's
you know?
fair. Yeah, that's what I say. I'm not worried about DOJ.
But
roundups,
come on,
like
man.
that.
I mean,
That shit don't
you know,
bother me.
honestly, no, I'm not. I'm just telling you that's what's going on.
No,
I mean,
I don't doubt it.
it's a reality.
I've seen it. I hear what you're saying.
I mean, honestly, heart to heart, whatever that saying is, you know, I'm a little bit shocked. I thought you guys were going to do a little bit better than this.
Oh, really?
Then
We
just-
disappoint you?
No, they just put the blame game on somebody.
No.
I thought you would actually be able to, you know, like you guys are supposed to do it. You're supposed to follow the evidence.
Is
there anybody else upstairs that needs to be, anyone in the house?
No, nobody's up there.
The door's open, you lock.
No, I did. I believe I did lock it. I just got confused with my lock over there, my bike.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure I locked my door before
we'll make
I
sure
left.
it's locked. We'll get that taken care of. We'll make sure everything's secure before we leave, okay?
Well, you don't got a warrant to go in there.
I will, no, he said there's nobody else up there. All right?
You have my keys. I mean, I know you took my yellow piece of the paper out of my wallet last time.
Yellow piece.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a lot of
It's on camera. I mean, you took my yellow piece of the paper in that little room that was in my wallet.
Yeah.
And that wasn't in the search warrant.
No. Did you grab that or?
No, I'm good.
I'm drawing a blank on what that would be.
That was personal information that belonged to me.
There was a number of people in and out of there that day. Right? Like there was probably
Come on.
10 detectives.
You hand me my wallet and the papers are gone. You took them out.
again, the yellow paper, I don't know what was on it off the top of my head, but.
Well, it would have to be on the search warrant if you take it.
Throw these in a bag. Yeah, I'm putting your stuff in a bag, all right, bud? Or an envelope?
Okay. Yeah, I figured it would be some show around the year. I figured you'd have to try to come up with something to justify what you did.
What we did?
By coming here and arrested somebody for what? For what?
We went through all that.
I'm shocked, but yet I'm not with Waukesha County.
Yeah.
Fabricating stuff.
I'm surprised you stayed living in the county with all these beefs you've had here.
Well, I got kind of stuck here.
Yeah.
I got kind of stuck here, basically helping her, helping her stay alive for so many freaking years, And then now I'm getting accused. I assume this is what it is. Now I'm getting accused for something I absolutely did not do.
Okay.
All I can say is, I'd rather stand with God and be judged by the people than stand with the people and be judged by God, because, on review day up there, you guys better have the answers, man.
Seems fair.
You better have the answers.
I feel pretty good, man. I sleep at night.
I do too.
So.
I do too. I do too. I do too.
That's good.
Can't get a drink out of my bottle. I knew as soon as I looked over here. I knew it was the police. I knew you guys were the police. Yeah.
No.
The way you pulled in here, a good thing I wasn't on my bike. It might have hit me.
Hello, Puerto Rico.
Clear citation. Truck CBSP for assignment. I think it's still saying call 23 though.
I just got it.
All right, we've stopped at 10:49. 10:49 on the audio. Detective Fredericks Mr. Pahl was then transported to the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department?
He was.
Okay. And he said in that clip he knew there'd be a showing around a year, right?
Yes, he did.
And this was a year and a day after you'd first interviewed him?
That's correct.
Okay. On that same day, your department also conducted another search warrant at his residence.
Yes, we did.
What were you looking for on that date?
Electronics again, and documents.
Okay. Based on what was collected during that search warrant and additional investigation, did you learn who Mr. Pahl's father was?
Yes, we did.
Who is that?
Marvin Pahl.
And on September 27th, did your department conduct a search warrant at Mr. Marvin Pahl's residence?
Yes, we did.
Where did he reside?
In the village of Jackson.
Why did his residence become of interest that required a search warrant?
Well, we had monitored some of Mr. Pahl's jail calls around that time, and in it there was a discussion regarding a dash camera and an SD card that was associated with the dash camera from the vehicle primarily operated by Mr. Matthew Pahl.
Okay, so you wanted to obtain that video.
Correct.
When you went to Mr. Marvin Pahl's residence, a number of electronics were collected, right?
Yes.
Did that include some MacBook computers that you previously heard Detective Fine testify about?
Yes.
And then some SD cards that ultimately you learned had the dash camera of interest on?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a chance to review the dash camera that was located on an SD card at Mr. Marvin Pahl's residence?
I did.
Tell me about this dash camera. Where was the dash camera placed on Mr. Pahl's vehicle?
It looked like it was placed just below the rear view mirror in the center part of the windshield facing forward.
Okay. Were there a number of videos on that SD card from the dash camera?
Yes.
Were you able to identify some particular dates of interest related to the dash camera?
Yes.
What were those dates, if you recall?
August 23rd, September 6th, and September 9th of 2022.
Okay, and ultimately, as part of our preparation, did you and I place those into a PowerPoint so we could easily show all of those videos?
Yes, we did.
Okay. I'm going to show for you Exhibit 105, please. Is it on your screen?
It is.
Okay. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay. This is that PowerPoint I discussed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I would move Exhibit 105 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, it's admitted, you may publish.
Okay, so we can go to the next slide, please. All right. What date is this dash camera from?
August 23rd, 2022.
And do you recognize the area that's depicted in this still shot of the video?
Yes, this is Delafield Street facing north, south of Summit.
Now, I see a time and date stamp at the bottom. Did you learn through your investigation if that time and date was accurate or if it was not accurate?
It's not accurate.
Okay. What is the actual time based on your investigation depicted in this video?
It would be 8:44 a.m.
How did you learn that?
We learned that, excuse me, we had learned that through watching the Willow Park video when Stephanie Pavlons is seen walking out at 8:39, and Mr. Pahl is seen in the parking lot shortly thereafter on foot, and then his vehicle departs a moment later heading towards Delafield Street.
Okay. Where is this Moreland Medical in relation to the Willow Park Apartments?
I believe there's one address, which is another apartment complex that's between Moreland Medical and the Willow Park Apartments.
Okay. So we're going to play slide 2, please. What did you see there, Detective Fredericks?
I saw Stephanie Pavlons standing in the parking lot on the passenger side of Mr. Pahl's vehicle as he approached.
Were there any other dash camera videos from August 23rd?
There were not.
Okay, so this video basically picks up after the Willow Park apartment videos show the two leaving the apartment.
Correct.
And then we next see them both on, well, we see Ms. Pavlons on video at the Quick Trip.
That is correct.
Did you also contrast the time period that the Quick Trip video occurred to the dash camera to confirm your belief about the timestamp being off?
We were able to confirm that the timing was right with travel time from where Ms. Pavlons was picked up until they arrived at the Quick Trip on Gulf Road.
Okay. And so each of the videos that you reviewed that were important to this investigation, all of those timestamps were off by the same amount of time?
The ones from the dash cam were off, yes.
Okay. All right. We'll go to the next slide, please. This is listed as September 6th, and tell me what the time and date stamp is there on the bottom.
Time and date stamp is 9/7/2022 at 01:08 hours.
And based on your investigation, do you believe this to be what time on what date?
1 p.m. on, or 1:08 p.m. on 9/6.
It's actually 12:08.
Oh, I'm sorry, 12, yes.
12:08 p.m.
12:08.
Okay, on September 6th. Do you recognize this parking lot that we're looking at?
Yes.
What is this?
This is the parking lot that's on the south side of the OAW facility.
Okay. Push play, please. Let's try that again. Okay, and the next slide, please. This starts at what time at the bottom?
The dash cam reads 9/7/2022 at 01:09.
Okay, which would be 12:09?
12:09 on 9/6/2022.
Play, please. Detective, explain for us what's the significance of these two videos on September 6th of 2022?
The significance is that Mr. Pahl was parked closer to the exit on the east side of OAW, and instead of exiting there, drove the long way around on that service road and continued out, which in fact would have his vehicle drive past the area which would be to his east, where we would recover Ms. Pavlons.
Okay. Also through your investigation, and we'll go through this later, did you learn that he did anything else on September 6th that was significant?
Yes.
What did he do that day?
He went to a car wash.
Okay. Where was that car wash located?
On Arcadian Avenue in the city of Waukesha.
All right. Next slide, please. All right, Detective Fredericks, the title here says this is on September 9th between 13:01 and 13:02. Would that be 1:01 p.m. and 1:02 p.m.?
That's correct.
Okay, and are you familiar with the general area that we're looking at here?
Yes.
Okay, what is this area?
I believe this is in the city of Pewaukee on Golf Road east of Prospect Avenue.
Okay, and we're about to watch a number of videos from the same day. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Give us kind of a big picture shot of what we're going to be seeing here.
So Mr. Pahl's vehicle continues west on Golf Road. He gets past Prospect Avenue, Highway SS, and continues west, which is the direction where OAW is. As he comes around the corner, Golf Road becomes 2 lanes. One lane is to turn right into OAW, and the other lane is to continue west. As he makes the turn, he's in the right lane to turn into OAW. You can see in the background a number of sheriff squads and detective cars there. Mr. Pahl then switches to the left lane and drives past OAW.
Okay, so we'll start with this slide, please. Okay, as the video stops here, these aren't clips that you made, right? This is just how the dash cam files came?
That's correct.
Okay. What are we looking at here in the dash cam as the dash cam ended at 1:02 p.m.?
Off to about the 1 o'clock direction of this video still is a bunch of sheriff department squads and specialized vehicles that are on scene.
And your department had been dispatched there around 11 a.m.?
That's correct.
Okay. If we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, this is stopped at 1:05:05. Detective Fredericks, up to this point, fair to say Mr. Pahl's traveled some distance from OAW?
Yes,
Okay. And that he was actually in a residential area there?
he was.
Okay. Clear the next slide, please. Starts at 1:07. Okay, and it's stopped. Oh. Okay, that clip stopped. If we can go to the next one, please. So it starts at 1:07:38. Stopped at 1:08:29. Detective, is he back on Gulf Road now heading east?
He is.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, that video stops at 1:09. What's happening with the law enforcement presence when he pulls in?
We're out at the scene investigating the area.
Okay, lots of squad cars there, lots of sheriff's department personnel.
Yes.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, all right, and that was all of the relevant dash camera video from this investigation.
For 9/9.
Okay.
Correct.
After his OAW appointment, there's some additional dash camera of Mr. Pahl traveling up to Jackson, Wisconsin?
There is.
Okay. So after you've reviewed this dash camera video, did you also have a chance to review any video that was obtained from the Arcadian car wash?
I did.
Why did you want to look at the car wash video from where Mr. Pahl washed his car?
To see what he was washing, what was happening, were items being discarded or cleaned off, things like that.
Okay. I'm going to show you first Exhibit 96. You recognize this, sir?
I do.
And what are we looking at here?
That's Bay 3 of the Arcadian car wash.
Okay, and are there two different camera views?
Correct.
Okay, one from the back of the vehicle and one from the front of the vehicle?
That is correct.
Okay, this is a true and accurate depiction of clips of the video that you watched from that car wash?
Yes.
Okay, I would move Exhibit 96 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, 96 admitted, you may publish.
We can Okay, going to slide 2, please. What's the time stamp on the top, Detective?
It's 9:06:22 at 3:04 p.m.
Okay, start here, please. Okay, we can stop it. Detective Fredericks, what was significant, particularly at the end of that clip of video?
He's in the passenger side floor well of the truck.
Okay, and he removes the mats to both the front driver's side and passenger side?
He does.
In thinking back to Mr. Pahl's interview with you in Detective Sites on September 17th of 2022, when did he say he found the note and the purse?
When he removed the floor mats from his vehicle.
Okay, did you see him hold anything up or appear to be reading anything when he pulled that floor mat out?
I did not.
We can go to the next clip, please. Okay, and this is from the back camera angle starting at 3:24, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, start please. Detective Fredericks, to your knowledge, was the tailgate of the truck in proper working order when it was searched by the crime lab and the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department?
It was working, yes.
And Mr. Pahl instead climbs over the tailgate to get into the back of the truck?
He sure did.
Okay. Next video, please. This is at 3:46 from the front camera angle. Play, please. You can stop the video here. So 3:48:45. Detective Fredericks, Mr. Pahl's truck pulled in at 3:04 p.m.
Did.
It's now 3:48 p.m. on this video.
It is.
And he has been washing his truck that entire time?
Yes.
Okay. Is there one more slide? Okay. Last slide, please. Okay. Starting at 3:46 p.m. Can you stop the video, please, at 3:47:09? Detective Fredericks, we've seen now from both camera angles, Mr. Pahl placed the floor mats back in the car. You watched the entire video, right?
I did.
And during that video, did you see Mr. Pahl vacuuming out the car?
No,
Did you see him scrubbing the floor mats?
I did not.
Okay. Did he wash in any way the floor mats?
No.
Okay. We can play the video again. Can you stop the video, please? Stop at 3:47. Detective Fredericks, throughout the hour that Mr. Pahl is washing his car, does he ever pull out into the camera's view a purse?
He does not.
And does he ever pull out into the camera's view a note?
He does not.
Did you find some inconsistencies in Mr. Pahl's interview versus what you actually observed in the car wash video?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Now, we talked about the search warrant that was conducted at Marvin Pahl's residence and that ultimately a computer was, sorry, we can take this down, I'm done with this exhibit. A computer, or a number of computers were taken from Mr. Marvin Pahl's residence, and then the extraction was turned over to the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department, right?
The devices were turned over for extraction, yes.
Okay. And ultimately, your department receives back a forensic image that can be analyzed, meaning you can review it, you can look through the contents for any investigative leads or items of importance, right?
Correct.
Okay. Although Mr. Marvin Pahl was not the suspect in this investigation, did you learn anything important to your investigation from Mr. Marvin Pahl's MacBook? Let me ask you a different question. Did you specifically look into Mr. Marvin Pahl's web history from his MacBook?
Yes, we did.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 106. Detective, do you recognize this exhibit? Have you seen this before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. What is this?
This is web history that was recovered from Marvin Pahl's MacBook.
Okay. And his MacBook was recovered during the search warrant on 9/27 of 2023?
9/27, correct.
Okay. And this accurately depicts the web searches that you found to be of evidentiary significance in this case?
Yes.
Okay. I would move Exhibit 106 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, approved, admitted.
So if we can just zoom in a little bit. Thank you. Detective, starting at the very top, we see searches from August 27th of 2022. What is Mr. Marvin Pahl searching for?
He begins on August 27th, 2022, looking for Stephanie Pavlons.
Okay. At this point, anyone know that Stephanie is deceased?
No.
Okay. What about on August 28th?
He looks for Stephanie's daughter, Layla Pavlons, and looks for Stephanie Pavlons again, as well as Stephanie's mom, Georgianne.
Okay. He even spells Stephanie wrong, right? It's
He does.
Stephanie, Stepanie. And looking over at the right two columns, those indicate Facebook. What does that tell us?
That there were 20 plus persons with similar names to what Marvin Pahl searched for within Facebook.
Okay, and he was searching within Facebook for those searches?
Correct.
What about on September 9th of 2022?
He again looks for Stephanie Pavlons through Yahoo.
And same thing with September 10th and 12th?
Correct.
What about September 14th of 2022?
Marvin Pahl then searches for the Waukesha coroner's office.
Okay. On 9/14, did anyone other than Mrs. Georgianne Pavlons and Mr. Richard Pavlons know that Stephanie was deceased?
No.
What about on the 14th?
No.
Sorry. What about the rest of the searches on the 14th?
Looking for Waukesha coroner's office news report, Waukesha death notices, and Waukesha death notices today.
Okay. And what about September 19th? What does he search for?
There he searches for Stephanie Pavlons, correctly spelled.
Okay. And that would have been 2 days after Mr. Matthew Pahl was interviewed by yourself and Detective Seitz?
Yes.
Okay. As part of your investigation, did you also go to OAW and find out if there was any camera video that you could obtain from that location?
Yes, the detective was sent over there to obtain their video.
And did you obtain and review any video that might be relevant in this case?
Yes.
Did you learn if they had any external cameras at their buildings?
There were no external cameras.
Okay, where were their cameras located that you obtained video from?
They were in the front or the south side of OAW entrances.
Okay, so they depict the people coming and going from the building?
Correct.
Right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 107. How far back did OAW's records go in relation to surveillance video?
I believe it was 5 days from when you ask. So they essentially retain 5 days worth of video, and then it either overwrites itself or deletes or whatever.
Okay. Were they able to provide you with video from August 23rd of 2022?
No.
Okay. What days relevant to this investigation were you able to obtain video from?
September 6th and September 9th of 2022.
Why were those two particular days of interest to you?
September 9th was of particular interest to us because we had been called out to the scene just on the east of OAW for Stephanie Pavlons.
Okay. And did you learn if Mr. Pahl also had an appointment on September 6th?
We also learned that Mr. Pahl did in fact have an appointment at OAW on September 6th.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 107. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay. Are these the videos from September 6th and September 9th at OAW?
Yes.
Okay. I would move to admit Exhibit 107, permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, 107 is admitted.
Okay, we'll start with slide 2, September 6th at 11:54 a.m. Play, please. And Detective Fredericks, who did we see in that video?
Well, that's Matthew Pahl.
Is that the same clothes he was wearing at the car wash?
Yes.
And the next slide, please. September 9th at 1:22 p.m. Okay, next slide. This is September 9th at 2 p.m. Detective Frederickson, looking at the cameras from September 6th and September 9th, it looks like those are two different cameras. Are those associated with different entrances to the building?
Correct.
Okay. Where is this entrance that he enters and exits from on September 9th?
This is more to the west. So the first video we watched where Mr. Pahl is exiting is to the east or the east end of the building. This particular camera and entrance is west of that.
Okay. And based on the dash camera, do you know where Mr. Pahl parked on September 9th?
He parked closer to the east entrance.
And walked further down the building to get into the west entrance?
Correct. You can see him coming from the left or the east as he approaches on his way in.
And then when he leaves, he goes towards the west?
Takes a right and starts walking to the west.
Okay. Thank you. All right. A few more things here, Detective Fredericks. As part of the initial investigation, you obtained a phone from Georgianne and Richard Pavlons at their house that they told you belonged to Stephanie. Is that right?
That is correct.
And a download of the phone was completed, and you were able to review some of the messages between Ms. Pavlons and Mr. Pahl on that phone?
That's correct.
Okay. If you recall, how far back did those messages go?
It was in 2020.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 102. Do you recognize this, detective?
Yes.
What is that?
And that's a Celebrite extraction report for the first cell phone that we had obtained from Stephanie Pavlons, given to us by her mother.
Okay. And did you separate out just the messages between Stephanie and Matt in this report?
I did.
Why did you do that?
To make it easier to navigate and digest.
And as you continued your investigation, were you trying to determine the relationship between Matt and Stephanie?
We were.
And were you trying to determine if there was any problems in the relationship?
That's also correct.
Why would that be helpful?
Because we wanted to know if there was any reason or any history of violence between Matthew and Stephanie, and if this phone contained any messages that would speak to that prior history, any photographic images that depicted any type of injury.
Okay. And just based on your review of this, does this appear to be a true and accurate copy of the report that you generated for those text messages?
It does.
Okay. I would move Exhibit 102 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, admitted, and you may publish.
All right, Detective, we're going to show this on the screen, but I also wanted you to have a hard copy so you don't rely on us to scroll as you read. So starting on page 2, that first message, can you tell me, based on this information that we're looking at, who are these messages, who's that first message from?
That first message is from Stephanie.
Okay, and who is it to?
The contact is listed as Chewy.
Who do you know that to be based on your investigation?
That cell phone number is associated with Matthew Pahl.
Okay, and is that also that nickname Chewy, a nickname you came across in their communications?
Yes.
That's a nickname Stephanie used for Matt?
Correct.
All right. And what is that first, what's the date of that first message?
12/24/2020.
Is this the oldest message on the phone between these two parties that you've tagged as evidence or interesting to your investigation?
That is correct.
Okay. So that message is from Stephanie to Matt. The next message, I just want to make sure we understand as we look at these, how can you tell who that message is from and to?
So on the left, to the left it says from, the column is from, and then next to it is to.
Okay, so if the from column is blank, that means that the message is from Stephanie.
That is correct.
And if the to column is blank, that means the message is to Stephanie.
Also correct.
All right, thank you for that clarification. So the first message, can you read that?
Did you talk to anyone besides me?
And that's from Stephanie to Matt?
Correct.
And what's Matt's response?
When? Just teacher, and she was like a friend in you.
Were you able to determine through your investigation who teacher was?
Yes, that was one of the females that reside in the Philippines that Mr. Pahl had a online relationship with.
Okay, and it dated back to 2020?
Yes.
All right, what's the next message and who is it from?
This is from Stephanie to Pahl, and it states, "You're probably going to be up late tonight anyway. I'm sure she's going to start bugging you."
We go to page 3. What is his response?
F you for even starting with me. See how your mouth is when you end up staying there.
What's the next message?
This is from Matthew Pahl to Stephanie. Did you send on Skype looking for a companion?
And her response?
Yes.
How does Mr. Pahl respond?
He states, "My God, that's it with that phone. That's why it's going to be returned."
And the following message?
F stupid shit all the F time.
Page 4, message 10 on December 24th of 2020. What does Matt say?
He states, "I'm done with this shit. The rest of your clothes are going in dumpster."
Okay. Skipping forward to page 5, message number 17. What does Matt say to Stephanie on January 16th of 2021?
Can you clarify the date of those messages as you go to them, please?
Yes. This message is from January 16th of 2021. What does he say?
The owner was just here. Things are going to change with you.
And message 18 on January 16th, 2021 at 2:32 p.m.
No. Read again about immigrants already here. You better ration that S ... because if you don't get your head together, you're not coming back here. I'm not losing my place.
And Stephanie's response?
I understand.
Page 6, on January 19th of 2021, the message Matt sends to Stephanie. Message 21.
you'd better stop calling and telling me what you're doing. And instead, you better start asking what we need to be doing.
His next message,
Not giving you shit if you're nodding out.
and his following message at 6:12 p.m.
I am going to look at motorhome and get female roommate if I have to.
What was Stephanie's response?
Come on, booby, you don't need to do that.
Was Booby a common nickname you saw in these messages?
Yes.
What about page 7, message 26 on January 20th of 2021?
3:47 p.m.
Yes.
You always wake up with stiffy, and one thing I wonder about this teacher is she is not going to be able to handle you like I can.
And that's from Stephanie?
Correct.
What's Matt's response?
I go back and forth with her. Don't you want me to be with a good person if something happens to you? Stop smoking and gain weight.
And Stephanie's response at 9:26 p.m.
Have fun chatting.
Page 8, going to message 33 at 1:20 on January 21st of 2021. What does Matt send?
10:47.
Sorry, Stephanie sends.
Sometimes I feel that you enjoy talking to them more than feeling the love I still have for you and always will.
And Matt's response?
Stop or no more shit.
Okay, then turning to page 9 at the bottom, starting with message 39 onto the top of page 10. On January 23rd of 2021, there's 3 messages. What are those messages?
I'm sorry, could you ask that again?
Yep, starting at message 39.
Okay.
Matt sends...
Yes. Send Stephanie a message, call me.
And the next message?
Chump.
And at 2:28 p.m.?
What the F, answer phone.
Going to page 12. Message 53 on January 26th of 2021. What does Matt send?
You bitch ass motherfucker, where are my shit?
Next message.
There is 4 missing from each bottle.
And how does Stephanie respond?
What the hell are you talking about? I only got what you wanted and what you gave me.
And in the following page, top, page 50, or message 56.
Pray you're right.
Following message.
There's only 45 Z's left. That's not going to be easy.
And how does Stephanie respond?
We should be able to make it.
Okay, so those messages from the 26th, what do they appear to be talking about there?
Drugs.
Okay. Medications of Stephanie's?
Yes, these are often referred to as, or a short name for alprazolam.
Okay. And the message, we should be able to make it, that was from Stephanie?
It was.
Okay. Then message 59. Who sends that?
This is from Matt to Stephanie.
And what does he say?
Missing shit too. You better call me in a little bit.
That was on January 27th of 2021?
Yes, it was.
And what's the next message from him?
I hope to God you didn't take shit out of bottle or I'm calling this morning. What was planned this morning?
And Stephanie's response at the top of the next page on January 27th?
No, I didn't. You wanted me to come over before my appointment to send money to the teacher.
In your investigation, did you learn of any money orders that were being sent overseas by either Stephanie or Matt?
Yes, they were sending money over to the Philippines via Western Union.
Okay, including Stephanie?
Yes.
Page 17, please. Starting at the top of page 17, message 76 from January 30th. Who sends that message?
Paul.
And what does he say?
I'm here at the library. I'm going to count them up. I'm not sure how many days I'm going to give you, but I need you back at the house within the third day. That get us in order with a lot of things.
Next message.
I think you took Z's out of truck when we were at Planet Fitness.
And how does Stephanie respond?
Stop it. I did no such thing.
And Matt's response at 5:17 p.m.
No more second chances, straight to month. If you expect to work, you're going to sign paper.
And top of page 18, on January 31st of 2021 at 12:01 p.m., what does Matt say?
That's not how to start with me, and you know this. That's why I do what I do. You're the cause of too much trauma, whatever you say. You're not going to give me stroke. I need a woman to help me.
And Stephanie's response at 10:48 on February 1st?
I can't come back here for quite a while once I come back to you. Just want you to know that.
And his response?
Then don't stupid shit.
Page 19, message 87 on February 28th of 2021 at 7:32 p.m. What does Matt say?
Bottle that dented your head.
Was that message significant to you in your investigation based on other things that you knew?
Yes.
Why?
There was, as I recall, diary entries regarding that and a doctor's visit possibly related to being struck in the head with a bottle.
Okay. And message 89, what does Stephanie say on March 1st of 21?
Good night. Don't stay up too late talking to teacher.
Page 21, message 100 on March 4th of 2021.
Have fun on your date. I feel like she took my place already.
And sorry.
I will text you in the morning.
Who sends that message?
That was Stephanie to Matthew Pahl.
And how does he respond?
Stop the immaturity.
His next message on March 5th?
I'm calling Doc if my pills don't show up.
Next message on the top of page 22 from March 5th?
I don't feel good and I want my shit or I'm calling.
Based on the context of all of these messages, do you know who he's threatening to call?
Yes.
Who was that?
He had threatened in the past to call her doctors, her prescribers, the doctors that were prescribing the medications that he was looking for.
Okay. Message 104 on March 5th, what does Matt say?
F you.
And Stephanie's response?
Getting your meds now.
The next message she sends?
For you helping me out, and I hope you calm down. Don't let those women get you so wrapped up in their baggage, parentheses, teacher. I'm always here for you.
Okay, page 23, message 110 on March 24th of 2021. What does Matt send?
I'm not afraid to call your doc and tell him what's in your system and you're abusing your drugs. You will get them terminated.
Stephanie's response on March 25th.
There seems to be an emergency going on with my mom. She can't drive, her stomach is upset again, and she has been going to the bathroom. She can't drive me home.
How does Matt respond on that same day at 7:01 p.m.?
Well, then I'm going to call the doctor tomorrow morning. You have me running the F treadmill to tell me that B.
Next message on the top of page 24.
And every pharmacy in Delafield, you better F call me right now. I don't want to text.
Okay, so that message was sent on March 25th. The next message is on April 21st of 2021?
Correct.
And what does Matt say?
Where are you? Still didn't take Z.
And Stephanie's response?
At Walmart in line for money order.
Top of page 25, March 28th of 2021. What does Matt say?
Another thing I'm going to start cutting those patches in half because you're not listening.
What is he referring to with patches?
I believe she was prescribed Suboxone patches.
Okay, and those are like a subdermal patch that goes on the skin?
That's correct.
And what would happen if you cut them in half?
I would imagine they would be half as effective.
Okay. And her, what's his next message at 1:38 p.m.?
Patches at Walmart, what's the status?
Next page 26, message 125 on April 30th of 2021. What does Matt say?
I'm sorry, what was the time?
Yeah, for April 30th at 5:43 p.m., message 125.
You still alive, S on a kitchen chair, and you did not clean garbage pail, so penalty.
Next message.
Yeah, you might have gave me your whole script, but you're still getting S. So don't forget that you make it sound like you did me some special favor. You should be getting nothing.
And his next message at 7:11 p.m.
Just so you know, you were supposed to give me those patches, and you were supposed to help me hook up an app to record on my phone as a result. I could not record the hearing, so right now you are done until that S is done, and I F mean it.
Presumably those words with stars are curse words?
I would think so, yes.
Okay. Page 27, message 131 on May 1st. What does he say?
Also be very careful what you text on here.
Is that a common theme in these messages that Mr. Pahl would make references to that?
Yeah, he would send that text reminder fairly regular and encourage Stephanie to delete the chats.
Judge, I think now might be a good time for our afternoon break.
Oh, do you?
Well, Mr. Galvez has indicated that he would like a break. I was trying to be kind to Mr. Galvez.
Okay. She's ready. Let's take a break, folks. All rise to the jury. All right, have a seat, everybody. Thank you. All right, anything before we take a break from the state?
No.
Mr. Galvez, go ahead.
Thank you.
Anything we need? All right, we'll take a break. Probably, usually they take a little bit longer, about 15 minutes or so. Okay, folks?
Thank you.
All right. Anything?
No, sir.
All right.
Churros? Eating churros?
Are you eating a churro?
All right, let's bring it back.
Quick crunch my.
Saw your coffee cup yesterday, Judge.
Pardon?
Saw your coffee cup yesterday.
It's an internet hit.
Mm-hmm.
This burger dared me to put that out.
We're not in Texas.
Which more water is there?
5?
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
plenty.
Do we have anything else? all the jurors have returned. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a seat. All right, please.
Thank you. If we can put whatever. Back on. What is this?
102.
102. All right, let's see where we left off. Page 28. All right, detective message 137 at the bottom of the page. Scroll down a little, please. May 2nd of 2021. You had just talked about how he was telling her to delete things. Please read this message.
Also, be very careful what you text on here. Go back and delete anything, especially about, I'll let you figure that out.
Okay, and on page 29, message 140 on May 3rd of 2021, what does he say?
Bring patches. I should not even have to remind you.
Next message he sends?
You get Z's on second. You have to be here, heat before then.
And the following message?
Do you want me to wait to get it cut or with you? You get Z's on third. Your right bottle says sixth.
So far we've seen a lot of messages, and we're only on page 20 about medications, discussions between Mr. Pahl and Ms. Pavlons about medications. Is that a common thread throughout all of these messages?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Pahl constantly talking to Ms. Pavlons about her medications and when she can be provided those medications?
Yes.
Okay. Page 33, message 162 on July 12th of 2021. What does Matt say?
Did you read my messages so I can delete them? I'm going to have you delete a bunch of stuff.
Why was these messages about deleting things, why was that significant to your investigation later on in the investigation related to Stephanie's new phone?
Because we didn't have the same messages.
Okay, so you found things to be deleted on Stephanie's new phone?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to skip forward to page 43, please. Message 212 on November 12th of 2021. What does Matt say?
You're the one that's F psychotic freak that runs around with a scalpel, cutting her wrist, stealing S out of my apartment all the time.
And on November 12th at 6:59, how does Stephanie respond?
I'm sorry, I guess I'm just frustrated right now.
Matt's response?
Keep it up, and I guarantee you will never see a F penny.
What's the message on November 13th at 9:24 a.m. from Matt?
Stop texting her.
And on the following page, the next message?
I told you that already.
The following message?
Next time, consequences.
Based on the context and what you knew about the totality of the messages, who were they talking about?
With regards to stop texting her?
Yes.
Sherilyn
Okay.
Valente.
And that's one of the ladies that Mr. Pahl was chatting with online in the Philippines?
Correct.
Was there a number of messages between Stephanie and Matt talking about Stephanie talking to these women in the Philippines?
Yes.
Okay. Page 48, please. Message 239, November 18th of 2021. What does Matt say?
I need to make a money order for $191, so we got to do that.
And Stephanie's response?
Can I at least send her a happy birthday?
The next message on the next page, 241. What does
No.
Matt say?
No, absolutely not. I told you not to text her. If you do that S, you'll go a week without anything.
Okay. And this is again Matt and Stephanie talking about Stephanie having some type of contact with someone in the Philippines?
That is correct.
Page 54, message 267. On November 27th of 2021, what does the defendant say?
If you can't keep in touch with me in case there's an emergency, then you should not have a phone.
Page 56, message 277 on November 29th of 2021. What does Matt say? Or sorry, Stephanie say?
Stephanie sends, I would want to talk to her with your permission, of course.
And how does Matt respond?
Not yet.
Page 61, message 301. On December 4th of 2021, what does Stephanie say?
I get anxious around you, but can still function if given right meds.
And her next message?
I know that I don't talk the best, parentheses, too many hits to the head, end parentheses, but I try to do the best I can.
Page 64, starting at message 316 on December 8th of 2021.
Do not call her.
That's from Matt to Stephanie?
That correct.
Next message?
Also from Matt to Stephanie. Listen, I said no.
Following message?
Matt to Stephanie. If she tells me, you fucking done.
Following message? Now on December 10th?
Okay, thank you. I made her show me the computer I bought because she bought her son a computer. I just wanted to make sure she still had it.
And on the top of page 65, message 320 on December 15th, what does he say?
This is Stephanie to Matt.
Okay.
She sent me this and she is not on.
The next message, it looks like there's an attachment. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. As part of these reports, are you able to then open the attachment or the photo that's sent separately?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Have you been able to open that and review that message?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to show for the witness exhibit 183, please. Yeah, we're going to show on the screen first. Oh. No. This is exhibit 185. I apologize. If we can zoom out a little bit. Detective, do you recognize this screenshot?
Yes.
Is this the same screenshot that were in some of the messages that we previously looked at?
Yes, it is.
And what does, there's two parties in this conversation?
Correct.
What's at the bottom, the bubbles on the right, what does that say? If you can scroll down, Ms. Gussie, please.
Bubbles on the right.
Sorry, the message is on the right hand of the screen.
Oh. Yes, hon. Stephanie is one of my employees who answers my calls and does my paperwork like a secretary. Western Union does that sometimes to get a reaction out of you.
Okay, so this is a message to someone else in the Philippines?
That's correct.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, if we could now return to the original Exhibit 102. And going back to message 322, what does Matt say?
And I told you not to be texting her without letting me know. So there is going to be consequences for that.
Next message.
The stupid ass S using your mom's F, punk ass F car. You did this to yourself. Now you can sit there with S.
Page 66, message 326. What does Stephanie say?
I understand you're upset, and I apologize for that. I wanted to spend at least a couple hours with you, but after the appointment, this day just got fucked up.
Page 72, please. Message 358 on January 10th of 2022. What does Matt say?
You lied. You're getting Z's tomorrow. If I don't hear truth when you come out, I'm calling doctor now.
And Stephanie's response?
I'm not giving you any bullshit, okay? I can't get them until Wednesday. That's when he put the prescription down for pickup. I apologize for putting the pill in the back of my pocket.
Page 74, message 366 on January 13th of 2022. What does Matt send?
You're lucky your neck never got broken.
And the following message from Stephanie?
Or head bashed in.
Page 80, message 397 on January 21st of 2022.
You have been a F failure to knee since I met you.
Next page, message 405. What does Stephanie send on January 25th of 2022?
I'll spend the day into the night with you, but I don't want to stay overnight yet.
And how does Matt respond?
You do what you're told.
Page 82, message 412 on January 27th of 2022. What does Stephanie say?
You hurt me a lot more than you realize.
And Matt's response?
I'm tired of hearing you crybaby ass.
Okay. Starting on page 83 with message 416 on January 30th of 2022. What does Matt say?
I'm not taking your S anymore, you F up here.
Next message.
Should have followed the rules.
Following message.
Stupid F, you left the movies in the back. I'm glad I didn't leave you S.
And on the top of the next page, Matt's next message.
Honestly, I just want to be left alone. I'm F glad you're gone.
January 31st, 2022, Stephanie responds with what?
I don't have anything like that. I wish you could help me. I hurt in my head, chest, and shoulder from my dumb moves yesterday.
And then message 422, Matt's response.
No, you need understand when you do that S to me, that's what's going to happen. I told you to shut your mouth after I pull off that piece.
And Stephanie's response.
Yes, I understand.
Okay, Detective, and just going to the last page, which is page 91, the most recent message on this phone would be from February 10th of 2022.
Correct.
Okay. And what we went through today was just a sampling of those messages related to some of the medications that they discussed, right?
Yes.
As well as the deletion of messages and what was a common theme in their relationship that you observed in these messages?
That Matt Pahl had access to and control over and Stephanie's medication and decided when and how much, if any, of that medication she would get, essentially based on her behavior.
Okay. If I can show you exhibit, just for the witness first, exhibit 186. Detective, as part of your investigation, did you also learn that Matt Pahl and Stephanie Pavlons were also communicating via Skype?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Did you obtain the records from Stephanie's account and review the records and messages between Stephanie and Matt?
Yes, I did.
Okay, is 186 the contents of Stephanie's Skype records?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if I can show you Exhibit 184, please. Is this a sampling of those same records?
Yes.
Okay. How are you able to tell from the messages in Skype who a message is being sent from and who's it being received by?
So we were able to determine based on the content of the messages that Mr. Pahl's Skype live ID number ended in BAB and the number 4, and Stephanie's Skype ID ended in 7432.
Okay, so unlike a text message where you might have a name saved in a contact, the Skype messages gives you like a random ID number that's determined by Skype.
They determine the user ID number, and that's the record they provide in that format.
Okay, so when you requested Stephanie's user records, you knew that her user ID ended in 7432, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and by the context of the messages, that's how you determined who was Matt Pahl.
Yes.
All right. Do you recognize Exhibit 184?
Yes, I do.
And is this an accurate depiction of the messages sent and received between Stephanie and Matt Pahl just on February 20th of 2022?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I would move admission of Exhibit 184 and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. So we see message from, and then we have to look at the last 4 digits of that to see who a message is from?
That is correct.
Okay. And so this first message on February 20th, who is that message from?
That message is from Matt Pahl.
Okay, and what does he say?
Yeah, I feel that's going to be you someday.
Did you have an opportunity to review all of the messages?
I did.
Okay, and it looks like it's not on this exhibit. What movie are they? Looks like they're talking about a movie in these messages.
Correct. They were referring to the movie Above Suspicion.
Okay, and so it's Stephanie that says that she's seen the movie?
Yes.
Okay, and the second to last message, what does Stephanie say there?
It was a good movie, sad story for everyone involved, but I understand her point of view.
Okay, and what is Matt's response to her?
That's something you should learn from.
Had you seen the movie Above Suspicion before you read these messages?
No, I rented it as a result of these messages.
Okay, what's the general premise of the movie Above Suspicion?
It's a true story of an FBI agent who begins a personal relationship with a confidential informant, and that relationship turns into a love affair, and she becomes pregnant. The agent is insistent that she terminate the pregnancy, and the confidential informant is against that. They end up in a vehicle, in which a fight ensues, a physical altercation between the agent and the female confidential informant, and he ends up killing her and placing her out in the woods.
Okay, Detective, based on your review, what was the significance of these messages?
That Stephanie had seen the movie and that she understood in this instance, the victim, the confidential informant's point of view on wanting to keep the child, and that she was sympathetic to that position.
Okay. Now, the last thing I want to touch with you, well, second to last thing, you testified earlier that you reviewed all of the bottles of pills that were found in Miss Pavlons' purse, and that you did not recall the number of pills, that you had previously counted them, but you did not remember the number of pills in her in each prescription bottle. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Did you complete a supplement police report related to the number of pills located within each of those bottles?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Would reviewing that refresh your recollection as to the number of pills in each bottle?
Certainly would.
Okay. Detective, based on that supplement, you wrote that the label topiramate, Topiramate, had a quantity dispensed of 270 with a remaining pills of 50. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And the diclofenac dispensed was 180, and the remaining pills were 116?
Correct.
That sounds accurate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Also, I want to go back to your conversation with Georgianne and Richard on September 12th and also on October 19th of 2022. You recorded those interviews with Mrs. Pavlons, correct?
Yes, I did.
And fair to say that when Mrs. Pavlons testified yesterday, there was a few things that just were a little different than what you learned from her when you interviewed her on September 12th of 2022.
That is fair.
Okay. One of those things being that Ms. Pavlons indicated the last message she had sent to Stephanie was on September 8th of 2022.
Correct.
There was also a lot of questions on cross-examination of Mrs. Pavlons about Mrs. Pavlons mentioning suicide. Do you recall that line of cross-examination?
Yes.
And do you also recall the interview that you actually conducted with Mrs. Pavlons?
Yes.
Did Mrs. Pavlons immediately bring up suicide based on your recollection?
No.
What happened?
She did mention that Stephanie, that there was history of Stephanie talking about suicide, and she initially stated that there were no attempts, that it was merely talk.
Okay, she felt that she was just talking about it but didn't actually go through with it?
That is accurate, yes.
Okay. Did she ask you if this was a suicide or something else?
I think she asked us both, if it was, which by both I mean I think she asked, was it a suicide, and then was she murdered?
Okay. At that point, you were not able to answer Mrs. Pavlons' question, right?
That's what I explained to her. It was too early.
Okay. Was there also discussion on October 19th about suicide?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me the basis of that conversation on October 19th.
We had spoken with Matthew Pahl's father, Marvin, and he relayed to us that there was incidents in which Stephanie had, in the Dells area and during vacation, run off into the woods, and indicated that that had been documented by police reports, and that there had potentially that she had attempted suicide also while up in the Dells.
So you wanted to follow up with Mrs. Pavlons about that?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, you testified earlier that police reports were searched and there was nothing to substantiate that claim, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Final thing, Detective. When you spoke with Georgianne and Richard, did you obtain a screenshot of a Facebook post that Stephanie made on June 30th of 2022?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 204, please. Do you recognize this, Detective?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What are we looking at?
That is the screenshot that was taken of Stephanie's last Facebook post.
Okay. And is this a true and accurate depiction of what you received from the screenshot you received from Mrs. Pavlons?
Yes.
Okay. I would move to admit Exhibit 204 and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, you may do so. It's admitted.
Detective, is Stephanie Hall, based on your investigation, is that Miss Stephanie Pavlons?
Yes, we had asked the Pavlons, her parents, why she had used a different last name, and it was explained to us that she was just a very private person and utilized that name.
Okay. What did Stephanie say there?
I feel incredibly alone, sad, and hopeless that I will never feel the love or joy that I see so many people / family members have. I have been made to feel that the air I breathe isn't even worth breathing. So sick of life and waking up in pain / agony. Just want some real friends and can't even have that out of 7 billion people in the world.
And you said that was Stephanie's last Facebook post that was made on her account?
Correct.
I don't have any other questions for you.
All right, Mr. Galaviz, or, yeah, go ahead.
Well, starting with that last Facebook message, that was a Facebook message Stephanie sent to her parents?
No, it was just a generic Facebook post that she had posted.
And who would read something like that?
Anybody who's friends with her would see that.
And if any of her friends saw that, they basically just didn't do anything about it. It's just Stephanie, and then she always talks like that.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
I don't know what her friends were thinking.
I mean, no one took any action. If anybody saw that, no one took any action when they saw that Facebook message, true?
I don't know if anybody had reached out to Stephanie as a result of that post, no.
I mean, similar to Matt, when he saw that note in his vehicle, he said, he told you in his interview that he didn't take any action. It's just the way Stephanie is. True?
No, he said that he wanted to keep it in case somebody asked about it.
Right, he says he didn't take any action.
He sure did not take any action.
You indicated that these messages, text messages between Stephanie and Matt, they occurred in 2020, 2021?
That is correct.
And it seemed like Matt was controlling her medication. True?
I would agree with that, yes.
It seemed like Stephanie wanted him to control her medication. True?
Untrue.
Well, didn't you interview Layla, and Layla tell you that Stephanie wanted Layla?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Stay. Next question.
I mean, you heard from other people that Stephanie wanted that. True?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
We'll hear from Layla. But Matt told you in his interview that he controlled Stephanie's medication, true?
He did.
And he told you Layla also does the same thing, true, in the interview?
Yes.
And did you verify that with Layla?
I believe.
Objection calls for hearsay.
It's in her own writing.
Sustained.
But most of the things Matt told you in an interview were true, correct?
I don't know that I would agree that most things were true.
Well, he pointed out the car wash to you, didn't he?
He told us that he went to the car wash.
He
yes.
told you exactly where it was located, true?
Yes,
And you went over to the car wash, true?
correct.
And there he was, washing his car, true?
True.
So that was true.
That was true.
And you indicated that you found it weird that he took 50 minutes to wash his car and dry it off. You thought that was strange?
Seemed like an inordinate amount of time to wash and dry a truck, yes.
You know, you've never taken that long to wash your car at one of those types of car washes?
I haven't used one of those types of car washes.
You know, that time to wash your car and dry it off, is it kind of normal?
I don't know what normal is.
I mean, he didn't spend a lot of time washing and drying a certain part of his truck. Would you say that's correct?
You're asking he didn't spend more time on one spot than another?
Correct.
I would agree with that.
I mean, he spent the same amount of time he spent washing the hood and tires of his truck he spent on the back of his truck, true?
To be honest, I didn't time each section, but I'm not disputing what you're claiming.
And initially, when he got there, he spent, what, 5 to 7 minutes sitting in his truck, true?
He was in his truck for a while before he started, yes.
And then when he had gotten out of his truck, he seemed to be taking photos of himself, him at the car wash, true?
It appeared he was sending pictures of the car, or pictures of his truck in the car wash within a text thread, yes.
And you learned that those photos he was sending to his friend in the Philippines, true?
That sounds correct.
It seemed like every time he did something, went to the store, he would take a photo of himself at the store and send it to the girl in the Philippines, true?
I'm not familiar with any photos at a store.
Now, you received the reports from Orthopedic Associates, true?
Yes, sir.
And it details basically every time Matt went to orthopedics and the time of his appointments and how much time he spent there, true?
True.
And the reports I got from the district attorney's office, and tell me if I'm wrong, it said he went there August 1st, August 3rd, August 8th, August 16th, August 18th, August 23rd, and that's the day Stephanie disappeared, true?
Correct.
He went there August 26th, he went there August 30th, he went there September 3rd, he went there September 6th, he went there September 9th, and that's the day you located Stephanie's body in the woods, true?
September 9th is the day, yes.
And he went there again September 12th, and he went there September 14th. Would you agree with those?
I'm not saying that you're not accurately giving me those dates. I just, off the top of my head, I don't recall each date.
And And again, these text messages that Matthew and Stephanie were going back and forth with, what were they like in August of 22, the messages between each other?
I don't recall.
I mean, if they were something important, you would have noted that?
Yes.
Similar to the messages that we just displayed to the jury, you would have noted that?
I would imagine so, yeah.
Same to say in July of 2022, no relevant messages?
If I didn't flag any messages, then I probably didn't deem that they were relevant.
June of 2022, nothing relevant?
Same response.
And in back of March of 2021, Stephanie, as you later learned, was having difficulty with monitoring her drugs, her prescription drugs, true?
That's what we learned
Yeah.
from Matt.
But you also learned it from her daily planner, true?
Possibly.
Right, her daily planner that you received from Stephanie's mom. I'm showing you it's marked as defense exhibit number 444. Tell me when it's in front of you.
I have it.
Does this appear to be a copy of the daily planner that you received from Stephanie's mom?
We received 2 of them.
I'm gonna scroll the exhibit down, and does it appear to be one of the daily planners?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask to publish this to the jury and admit it.
Any objection to its admission?
No, it's already, the physical copy has already been admitted.
Okay. What's the physical copy number? No offhand.
40.
Was this Love What You Do one?
Yes.
59 or 60, Your Honor, I don't know which
Okay.
one.
Yeah, either one of the other, 59 and 60. Okay, go ahead. And it's admitted, you may publish.
Thank you, Judge. Now, page 9 of that planner, July 7th, 2020, Stephanie writes what in her daily planner?
Hate my life, see no escape.
On July 20th, what does she write?
Had a good day at work until I came home and he thought there was smoke. Something there wasn't. Gave me a good hard slap to my face, which stung and gave me a migraine. Good day, bad night, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. This is why I want to die sometimes. Again, blame for something I didn't do. Blamed for taking 2 Z's again, even though I didn't.
And on page 28,
There's that little box on the side, Mr. Galavis, if you just put the page number in there, it will go there. See where it says 28 right now?
yes, sir.
Okay.
On page 28, October 29th.
N/W, terrible day. He again thought I took pills from him, which I did not. Got punched in the nose, hit 2 times in head, and thought for sure I was going to have a complete mental breakdown. I walked right up to a moving truck and came within inches of throwing myself right under it. I had an excellent day with him yesterday at work, and we even made love twice in the middle of the night. Finally felt close to him again. I can't keep going through these mental and emotional ups and downs. I will either wind up in a mental home or 6 feet under. I feel so helpless, worthless, and most of all hurt.
And on page 37, December 14th,
There's an email address with what appears to be a password for that at the top. Today was terrible, had blood come out of butt for 2nd time in a week while pooping, and a lot of stress today with electronic devices. Almost hope I have some sort of cancer so I can leave this earth early to stop suffering so much.
and on page 54, October 25th, March 25th of 2021?
I'm not sure the second word. Got something, took whole, got OC. Took whole bottle to kill myself of this wretched life of pain, misery, hopelessness, and yet somehow I still survived. I don't know why.
During that period of time, Stephanie was living with her parents?
Well, I think she was still in an off, sometimes at Paul's house, sometimes with her parents.
And on page 58, I think April of 14th of 2021.
Not sure of the first word. Wish that bottle I took would have killed me. Feel worthless, unloved, used, and miserable. Why am I here? How can I escape?
So it's safe to say that during this time in 2021, 2020, Stephanie's having a hard time.
Correct.
Sounds like she's very depressed.
Yes.
She sounds like in March of 2021, based upon her daily plan, she tried to kill herself.
Yes.
So it would appear to make sense that those who are in touch with her would try to monitor her medications, given the fact that she tried to kill herself in March of 2021. True?
I'm not sure who had access to this daily planner book.
Right, but it would appear that Stephanie's having a hard time in consuming a whole bottle of her prescription drugs. True?
That's what she wrote in the planner, yes.
So during that time, Stephanie's struggling, but in June of 2022, I mean, you see no text messages or no messages of any kind to tell you that she's struggling then. In 2022, June of 2022.
Again, if I saw something that was germane to the investigation, I should have flagged it, yes.
And again, similar for July of 2022, there doesn't seem to be any problem with Stephanie in 2022. True?
What do you base that? Or what
I
are
mean,
you
as
asking
far
me
as
to-
messages, I mean, Stephanie's mom testifying yesterday that said she seemed to be fine, everything with her and Matt seemed to be fine. We're testifying on Monday.
Correct.
Again, in August of 2002, same response, she seemed to be fine.
Yes.
And like her mom had testified, everything seemed to be fine with her and Matt in August of 2022.
I believe that's what she testified, yes.
And you can note that when you look at the surveillance videos from the Willow Park Apartments, true, for August of 2022, that when they are coming in and out of the apartment, everything seems to be fine, true?
What do you mean by fine?
There doesn't seem to be like Matt dragging her into the building or dragging her out of the building.
No, they basically act as if they don't know each other.
Right, Stephanie seems to be exiting the building on her own accord, true?
True.
And entering the building on her own accord, true?
Correct.
She seems to be willingly entering the building, true?
Yes.
And Matt had indicated to you in his interview that in August or recently, Stephanie had lost her bladder. True?
Yes.
And that was verified in the Willow Park apartment videos, true?
That I don't know.
I mean, you received the videos from me that would depict that, true?
I don't recall seeing video that depicted that.
Just for the witness.
Right? Is it okay if I just display these videos? Judge, I got the approval of the state to just display these videos to the jury.
What, do you have a number for them?
Yeah, it should be, well, they all go, I've given each one an exhibit. The first one will be exhibit 447.
447?
Yes, sir.
All right, and the state doesn't have an objection to its admission?
Correct, these are all Willow Park videos. I don't have an objection to that.
Okay, all right.
That video was approximately 17 seconds. And what did you see on the video?
I saw Ms. Pavlons exiting the building.
You could see how she was dressed, true?
Yes.
Does that exhibit number 448 appear to be a photograph of Ms. Pavlons exiting the building?
Yes.
And does that appear to be another photograph of Ms. Pavlons exiting the building?
Yes, it does.
And if you look at that video,
Exhibit number, Mr. Galavis?
exhibit number 449.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. If you look at Ms. Pavlons, as she's leaving, her back of her pants do not appear to have any kind of stain on them, any kind of wetting. Would you agree?
I would agree.
This is exhibit number 451. That video, what did that video depict to you? That was approximately 42 seconds long.
Depicted Mr. Pahl going to the mailbox and then walking out of that room.
Did he appear to have holding something in his hand?
Yes.
And what was that document that he appeared to be holding in his hand?
The document?
Yes, or that?
I don't know.
Well, this is Mr. Pahl, again, exhibit number 452.
Looks like he has a blue folder.
Does that appear to be the blue folder he usually takes with himself to orthopedics?
That's the folder that I've seen him previously exiting and entering the apartment complex holding.
Sorry about that, Jim. Exhibit number 453, again, depicts Matt exiting the building, true?
Yes.
And you can see that folder that he's carrying, true?
Yes.
And you can see how he's dressed, right? He's wearing some kind of hat, the normal kind of shirt that he wears when he goes to orthopedics, true?
Yes.
His pants seem to be normal. Sometimes he's wearing camouflage pants. Would you agree?
It appears that, yes.
And he seems to have his boot on his foot. True?
Yes.
Thank you. Exhibit number 455, you seem to see the truck leaving. True?
I have a,
We're not.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Start it over.
yes.
And that's at 12:11. True?
Correct.
Then about 2:34, you seem to see the truck coming back?
That is correct.
Exhibit?
Exhibit 456.
And this is also August 8th.
Same day as August 8th. True?
Yes.
August 8th, exhibit number 457, about 2:38.
Exhibit 457.
Exhibit 457, could you see Matt walking towards the side entrance?
I saw him walking west on that sidewalk by the parking lot there.
And he appears to be walking towards what entrance?
He walks past door 7 and then kind of breaks to the southwest, so that probably that door 4 area.
Exhibit number 458. Still dated August 8th, true?
True.
2:38 p.m., true?
Yes.
That's still wearing the blue shirt.
Matt appeared to be wearing the same clothes he had when he left orthopedics, true?
Yes.
He was carrying again that orthopedics folder.
I don't know what kind of folder it was, but it's blue.
But again, what was wearing the blue T-shirt?
He had a blue T-shirt
The
on
hat on his head.
and a hat on his head, yes.
This is August 8th, exhibit number 459. Does that exhibit appear to show Matt exiting the building?
Yes.
Did it appear to change his clothes?
Yes.
That's also August 8th.
And that's what by looking at his videos, that's what it usually happens. He comes from orthopedics and changes his clothes, true?
That I'm not sure about.
But he did on this day.
But you noticed that he did it on this day.
Yes.
And that, again, that's a photograph of Matt exiting the building, exhibit number 460, true?
Yes.
Exhibit number 461. Exhibit number 461 was about 25 seconds long. What did the exhibit number 461 appear to depict?
It showed Matt walk up to the door, unlock the door, and prop the door open.
And you have seen him do this other times when he was trying to let Stephanie into the building, true?
The other times I've seen him, he's done it from the inside.
Exhibit number, maybe I missed one. Oh, I did. Exhibit number 462, August 8, 2022, about approximately 3:01 p.m. The door's still ajar, true?
Yes.
It's approximately 13 seconds long, true?
Yes,
Did you see Stephanie walking up the stairs there?
I did.
Did her pants seem to be wet?
I'd like to watch it again, please. Yes,
So it kind of appeared that either she spilled something on herself or she wet her pants.
yes,
Exhibit number 463, again, that's Stephanie entering the building, true?
yes,
Exhibit number 464 is, again, another photograph of Stephanie entering the building, and it depicts the wet pants.
yes, sir.
Exhibit number 465, again, August 8th, 2022, 3:05 p.m. It was approximately 19 seconds, true?
Yes,
And it depicts Matt entering the building, true?
yes,
He had his boot on.
yes,
He seemed to be carrying like something like the car seat that was on the passenger side of his truck, true?
I just saw he had black fabric in his hand. I couldn't make out what it was.
Exhibit number 456, August 8th, 2022, 3:26 p.m.
Hang on a second. 466, you said 456.
I'm sorry, Judge.
466, right? Let's start all over again because you didn't.
I think it's my age.
Say exhibit 466.
Again, Exhibit 466, August 8th, 2022, 3:26 p.m. It's a short time after Matt had gone up to his apartment with that item he was carrying, true?
Yes,
The video was approximately 18 seconds long. What did it appear Matt was carrying in his hand?
I couldn't tell.
Did it appear to be a bucket full of substance? Or a pail full of some substance?
Yes,
I'll play it again.
thank you.
Did it appear that he was carrying some kind of pail in his left hand?
A Tupperware container, it looked like.
It seemed like there was water in it,
Yes, sir,
and there was a towel wrapped around his neck.
there was.
Now, although it hasn't been mentioned, if I told you Stephanie's phone number was 262-893-7991, you wouldn't have any qualms with me telling you that, true?
No, that is her phone number, actually.
And again, this is approximately 3:26 p.m. where Matt exited the building, true?
I have a black screen, sir.
True? Is
My
it still
screen's
black?
Still black.
I'm sorry.
I have it now, 3:26 p.m.
Sorry about that. I'm showing you what's marked as exhibit number 467. Entry number 61, that's dated August 8, 2022, approximately 3:27 p.m., a minute after Matt had exited the building. There seems to be a text message to Stephanie's phone number. True?
Yes.
And the text message states what?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I don't know that he's laid the appropriate foundation of what we're looking at. And he's already published it to the jury without.
Mr. Galavis, take a step back and find out from this witness what this is and how he knows that.
Well, you downloaded Mr. Pahl's cell phone, true?
Untrue. I did not download any cell phones in this investigation.
Yeah, but you reviewed the cell, right?
I reviewed the extraction reports, but I did not download those.
Right, so you reviewed the extraction reports and from Mr. Pahl's cell phone, true?
True.
And you reviewed this, Exhibit 2? Or you just don't remember looking at this?
Is there a front page that says what it is? And
There is, but I only made a copy of this page. The extraction itself is hundreds of pages long. But this text message doesn't look familiar to you?
I don't know how much, if any, of Mr. Pahl's cell phone extraction I reviewed. I believe that was conducted by Detective Plennis.
That's fine. But did you ever look at Mr. Pahl's pickup truck after it was seized?
Did I look at his pickup truck?
Correct. Did you examine it at all?
We looked at it when we seized it, and then when we went back for the, with the crime lab, and when the cadaver dog was there, and then when you had come there to look at it.
I mean, did you notice that the passenger car seat was missing? The cover?
That sounds familiar, yes.
So when Matt told you that Stephanie had lost her bladder at one time when she had gone to his appointment, he was telling you the truth, true?
Based on what you showed me here, yes.
You indicated earlier that, or at least I asked you if Matt had an appointment on August 16th, and you indicated that you had no reason to doubt me when I told you that, true?
That is correct.
And by the videos, Stephanie is at his apartment on that date, true?
On September 16th?
On August 16th.
I don't recall.
But again, you did look at the videos I had sent you to get you prepared for this.
Yes.
I'm showing you with part of exhibit number 469. Again, it's
Okay,
date,
hang on a second, Mr. Galaviz. He needs to identify. You need to identify what you're going to bring up so our clerk, Mackenzie, can get it ready and bring it up, okay?
it's Exhibit 469, dated August 16th, 2022. Correct. I thought we were just going to publish all these.
All right, go ahead. And tell us, yeah.
Again, this is dated August 16th, 2022, approximately 9:56 a.m., true?
Yes, sir.
It seems to be a different part of the Willows Park apartment building, true?
Correct.
It says south entry at the bottom, true?
It does.
And could you explain to the jury, where is the south entry to the apartment building?
It's on the south side of the building.
So you have where she was, the other, it's on the opposite side of the building where they were normally exiting.
Correct.
This appears to be 11 seconds long.
That's 469, okay.
What did that video depict?
Depicted Stephanie walking out of the door at the south entry.
So is it safe to say on August 16th, she was at the apartment building?
Yes, sir.
And again, on that day, Matt had an appointment at Orthopedic.
Yes.
Exhibit number 470 is another video. It's approximately 14 seconds long. It's timed at 9:58 a.m. And that's after Stephanie had exited the building, true?
Yes.
What did that video depict?
Show Mr. Pahl leaving the north entry.
And you notice he was carrying that blue folder again, true?
True.
And that's the one that you noticed that he would take to orthopedics?
I noticed that's the folder he had with him oftentimes when he was coming and going on these videos from the apartment.
Did you strike that? I'm playing exhibit number 470 again. I mean, you can tell the color of his shirt he's wearing, true?
Yes.
He seems to be wearing camouflage shorts, true?
Yes.
Some kind of hat on his head?
Correct.
He's got the boot on.
I'm sorry?
He's got the boot on his left foot?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I don't know what the relevance of the rest of these videos are from August 16th.
Where are we going with this, Mr. Galaviz?
Well, Judge, I think the jury should see how Matt and Stephanie were getting along a week before her disappearance. Also, the state seemed to make a big deal.
Okay, all right. All right, go ahead. I'll overrule the objection.
Exhibit number 471. It's 10:02 a.m. It was 6 seconds long. What did the video depict based upon what you've been seeing?
That depicted Mr. Pahl's truck heading west towards Delafield Street through the parking lot.
And you've seen his truck leave the parking lot in other videos, true?
That is correct.
Exhibit number 472. What did that exhibit depict?
I'm sorry?
What did exhibit number 472 depict?
That showed Mr. Pahl's truck heading east through the parking lot at the apartments.
So his exhibit number 471, you could see him leaving at 10:02 a.m., true?
Yes,
And now it's 2:51 p.m., true?
correct.
That's approximately 4 hours and 49 minutes, true?
Yes.
Exhibit number 473, now exhibit number 473, what did it was approximately a minute and 8 seconds long. What did it depict to you?
Mr. Pahl came in, the apartment door, the north entry, propped it open, and shortly thereafter, Stephanie Pavlons entered and went upstairs.
And he appeared to be dressed similar to what he was dressed like when he had left early in the day, true?
Correct.
Again, that's a photo, exhibit number 474 of Matt entering the building, true?
Yes, sir.
And in that exhibit, you can tell exactly what he's wearing, true?
Correct.
And that's at, we can't see the time, 2:53?
2:53. Yes, sir.
And that again is Ms. Pavlons, exhibit number 475, entering the building, true?
Correct.
And unlike August 8th, she does not have any kind of a wet spot on her pants, true?
Correct.
Exhibit number 476. It's dated, again, August 16th, about 3:09. It was about 7 seconds long. You could see Matt on that video, true?
Yes, sir.
He appears to be exiting from a different part of the building
Correct.
and entering the mailroom.
That is correct.
Exhibit number 477. I'm stopping it at 23 seconds. It appeared that Mr. Pahl is dressed not the same, true? He's wearing different colored pants, true?
Correct.
He's wearing a different kind of hat?
I believe so.
The shirt seems similar, though, true? Or can you tell? I'm colorblind.
I would call it similar, yes.
Exhibit number 478, again, is a photograph of Matt in the mailroom, true?
Yes, it is.
And again, totally different pair of pants, different hat, true?
Different from what?
What he was wearing previously when he entered the building?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'm going to be a while. I don't know if you want to take a break. I'm starting at August 18th, or if you want to keep going.
How many photographs? Let's keep going for a bit.
Okay. Again, August 18th. I'm showing you exhibit number, August 18th again. Matt had an appointment at Orthopedics, true?
Based on what you told me, yes.
Exhibit number 479 was approximately 11 seconds long. What did exhibit number 479 depict?
That showed Stephanie Pavlons coming down the stairs and leaving the north entry door.
Well, she appeared to be carrying a lot of items, true?
Correct.
It seemed like she was carrying her laundry.
She had a large bag in her hand, yes.
Exhibit number 480. Yeah, it's 9 seconds long. August 18th, 9:15. It appeared to depict Matt exiting that side door from the stairway, true?
Yes.
And entering the mailroom again.
Correct.
And he had done that previously, true?
I guess I'm a little confused, sir. I feel like some of the videos were later in the day and now we're back in the morning.
Right. Well, it's a different day, August 18th at 9:15.
Okay.
The other one was August 16th.
Correct.
I mean, this appears to be Matt's routine, true, in all the videos. I'm showing you exhibit number 481.
His routine?
Right. Check the mailbox.
Yes, I've seen him on video checking the mailbox.
On this video, he seems to be carrying something.
Yes.
That video was 23 seconds long. Exhibit number 482. That, again, is exiting the building. It was 11 seconds long. In that video, you can kind of see that he's carrying some, like he has something in that bag he's carrying, true?
Yeah, it looked like a mesh laundry bag.
Right. Exhibit number 483. Ten seconds long. It appeared to depict man walking down the sidewalk towards his truck, true?
He's walking east on the sidewalk in the parking lot.
Exhibit number 484. Probably 5 seconds long. It appeared to depict Matt's truck leaving the parking lot.
Correct.
Again, that's August 18th at 9:19 a.m., true?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit number 485 at 3:21 p.m. That depicted Matt's truck returning back to the parking lot.
Yes, sir.
Again, he had left around 9:19, he returned around 3:21, that's approximately 6 hours and 2 seconds, true?
Yes, sir.
2 minutes, 6 hours and 2 minutes.
Mr. Galaviz, you, when asked, when there was an objection, you said the reason you were showing these is how Matt and Stephanie were getting along a week before her disappearance, and then each one of them shows them individually.
Correct.
Where are we going? I mean, are we going to see them together at any time with these, or
No, just
are we going to see them apart on every one?
apart, basically with Matt being a gentleman, allowing her in, and taking her home.
How many more pictures?
We'll have exhibits all the way to I have exhibits to all the way to 590, which are dated August 18th, August 20th. Matt goes, picks her up from her home, brings her back to his apartment.
So you've got about 100 more of these?
Yes, sir.
Let me talk to the attorneys. Folks, why don't you have a little recess here?
All right, Barry.
You can cut half those out.
So, those of you who have tried cases in front of me may have heard me cite 906.11 of the Wisconsin statutes, which allows a court to exercise reasonable control over the mode and order of interrogating witnesses and presenting evidence so as to do all of the following. And it names three things. It lists three things. Make the interrogation and presentation effective for the ascertainment of the truth. Avoid needless consumption of time, and that's A and B. And C says protect witnesses from harassment or undue embarrassment. Detective Fredericks seems to be doing okay. I don't think he's getting harassed or embarrassed. But on the other hand, it seems that A and B may be coming into play here, Mr. Galaviz. I don't. Again, you said that there was an objection. I overruled the objection because you said you wanted the jurors to see how Mr. Pahl and Ms. Pavlons were getting along, that they were okay. And these don't seem to be showing that. It seems to be that they're showing the individuals coming and going. I mean, granted, there isn't any dispute or fight or anything between the two of them, but they're coming and going separately from each other. And I'm not quite sure how the reason that you proffer them is being accomplished here. Tell me a little bit more, please.
Well, again, the reason I am offering this to show how Stephanie would voluntarily come to his apartment, voluntarily enter his apartment, didn't voluntarily exit, how she was dressed, because some of these clothing, I think at least part of this clothing was located in Matt's closet when it was searched on September 17th. It kind of shows that every time Matt would come from his orthopedics appointment, he would change his clothes. The state made a big deal out of it that on August 23rd, when Matt came from orthopedics, he entered the building and changed his shirt. Like that was some big deal. It's like he had done something that caused him to change his shirt when he arrived on August 23rd from orthopedics. And I was just showing the jury that he does that every single time he goes to orthopedics. He comes, changes his clothing, and you can see him where he changes his clothing on all the dates that he goes to orthopedics. It's not.
It's going to take you 100 more pictures to do that?
No, I can
Or
cut it.
pictures or videos?
I'll be able to cut it down, Judge.
By 30,
I'll be able to do it tonight. I can do it first thing in the morning.
All right, I'm going to release our jurors. All right, I'm going to have them come back and I'm going to have them go. And I suggest you rethink how you're going to do it.
Right,
I'm
also-
not going to tell you you can't do it, Mr. Galaviz, but I'm going to suggest that you rethink how you're going to accomplish that. So we will bring the jurors back in, and I'm going to excuse them for the night.
That's all we have to do.
All right, all 14 jurors have returned. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to finish up for the day right now. And what I'm going to do is, let me just check with the boss here. Okay, we're going to start again at the same time at 8:30 tomorrow morning. And we'll see how far we get tomorrow. And so follow Mike's directions about where to meet and what time to meet. He will again take your notebooks and secure them. And thank you again for your patience today. I very much appreciate it. A couple reminders. We had one of our jurors was spoken to by somebody who's been attending these proceedings. No problem. Nothing happened today. Not a problem. But, you know, just be careful, right? Because we don't know what other people are going to say. And, you know, one of the things about a trial, especially this long, is that we need everybody here, all hands on deck for the entirety of the 2 weeks. And we don't want to have a situation where something comes into play where we might have to release one of you or for any reason. So just be cautious. That's all I'm going to ask you to do when you're in the courtroom or in the courthouse. If you see somebody talking about the case or even talking to the lawyers or whatever, walk away, right? I have to ask you to do that, and just to preserve the integrity of what's going on here. And again, please don't discuss this with anybody. Don't look up anything. I'll remind you again, of course, that everything that you hear in the courtroom is what you make your decision on, not what other people may have to say or input from anyone else other than you, the jurors, when you're in your deliberations. So again, thank you very much for your attention. You've had a long day today. Appreciate everything you've done, and we'll see you tomorrow. Be ready to go by 8:30. Thank you. All rise for the jury.
So you still haven't heard from her?
All right, have a seat, everybody. The jurors have left the courtroom.
I don't think we can do it.
Okay, a couple things. I know you didn't mean any disrespect, Ms. Gordon, but I think at times you referred to Mr. Pahl when you're asking the witness as Matt, or that you Mr. or Ms. I'm not saying you meant anything disrespectful by it, but again, you've been in front of me, you know how I operate. Mr. Galaviz, please, again, I'm not going to prevent you from representing your client, but I can, as I said, control the mode and order of interrogation. you should rethink what you're doing and consider doing it some other way, sir. But that's up to you. We'll see. I don't know that it's necessarily having the best effect on the jurors either. That's something for you to think about, okay? So we'll see you tomorrow morning. Please, I think all these exhibits are our exhibits. Now, there's only one thing, because there's this agreement to allow everything in the videos and the photos, and we're up to a number of exhibits, but there was not number 68 was not introduced, I believe. Madam Clerk, is that correct? Okay. And I don't know whether you intended to or not, Mr. Galaviz, but, and nor was 450, okay? So, again, I don't know if that was exactly the intent, but just, otherwise, everything else was. Anything else before we finish up from the state?
Yes, I have one issue. Please.
Yes, ma'am.
Optimistically, we may get to Detective Plennis's testimony tomorrow. And I would like the court to consider revisiting an issue that was raised during pretrial motions, and that has to do with Skype messages between Mr. Pahl and the women in the Philippines. And we had sought permission to introduce those messages. And the court, at the time of the motion, of course, didn't have as much background and information about the case as you do now. And you were reluctant to allow the messages from the women in the Philippines into the record. And I'm asking you to reconsider that. And our renewal is based on the request of, again, they're offered for context. In other words, if I just put in Mr. Pahl's statements without the second half of the conversation, it will be difficult to follow. So we're not offering them for the truth of the matter, only for context and big picture type of evidence. So.
And what's that big picture in regards to those responses from Mr. Pahl on Skype?
So these are messages from the dates, for one individual, from the dates of August 19th through September 9th, so in the relevant time frame. And a lot of these deal with either the plans to move to the Philippines or him indicating he's got to erase their contact information because, well, he doesn't say why, he just says he has to delete their information. He's giving them indications that he's worried about something, but he can't text about it, things like that. So if the court would consider this, my request is that I'm going to give to the court and to the defense. It's a 2-page document for one of the women, and it's actually it's a 3-page document for one of the women and a 2-page document for the other woman. Maybe I'm math a little bit. They're about 3 pages each, Judge.
Is that going to be through Detective Plennis?
Yes.
Who's handling that detective? Mr. Wolf?
Plennis? I am.
And what's your position now?
I'd like to see exactly what they intend to introduce, so we could look at it overnight, and then we can respond in the morning before the jury gets pulled in.
Let's do that.
Okay, and would the court consider taking a copy so you're more familiar with the issues?
I don't object.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
And, all right, why don't you see anything else, Ms. Hopper or Ms. Gordon?
Nothing.
All right. Anything, Mr. Galaviz or Mr. Wolf?
No, sir.
Anything, Mr. Wolf?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Good luck, everybody. Thank you.